Ryman turning up. They're all there. Oh, I see. It's all electronic.
Morning, Commissioners. Just checking if you can hear us.
Right, you ready?
I can hear that.
All right, well, good morning and welcome. And this is the resumption of the hearing by the panel appointed by the Kapiti Coast District Council on its ISP. And my name is John Marson. On my left is Commissioner Black, and on my right, Commissioner Kirikiri. So we're appointed to present a report, and this morning we have 2 hours allocated to submission 196197, Ryman Healthcare and the Retirement Villages Association. And the lineup is all electronic. And in a moment, I'll invite, I think it's Mr. Hinchey to run the case, but I wanted to make some prefatory comments that we have actually read the material. And for us, it would be more logical to start by asking questions and framing up and getting an understanding of the two key issues, which is A, the planning framework, and secondly, the financial contribution. So subdividing that up, because you probably appreciate, and we're not actually in the worst situation for an ISP panel. I spare a thought for, say, for example, the Auckland panel, but we actually have a lot of information and we want to grasp the essential issue because our aim is to make a report in time and relatively concise. And so we need to penetrate and get our heads into the issues that we think are important in terms of this. So we'd prefer a discussion as opposed to being explained what's already in the written material, so that we tell you what we're interested in and what we're grappling with. And it's more of a tutorial. So that's how we've been operating. And so that's a heads up. So I'd like to, subject to an introduction of the Ryman and RVA team, actually take the mic back from Mr. Hinchey and start asking questions, if that's acceptable to you. Otherwise, we'll suffer the usual process.
We're in your hands, sir. That's absolutely fine. We've had a
I can't quite hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why that is. Let me try volume.
Maybe at our end.
Can others on the call hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, sounds like it might be
yes, that speaker, the female voice was very strong. So
right. I'll try and speak up a bit then perhaps, and that might help. But let me know if you're not following everything.
yeah.
Yes, happy to go with the panel's approach, sir. That's that's fine by the team here. I'm be interested to know whether you'd like to, I guess, ask questions and then we can work out within the team who's best placed to respond, or would you like to ask each of the team individual questions?
I think it'll be fairly obvious from the line of questioning which person is the right person to answer the range of questions. I mean, I'll deal with the scope question and the legal question first by a very brief interchange between you and I. And then we'll move into a section on planning and evidence, of which Mr. Mitchell will be the primary person we're trying to talk to, because we understand the social context explained by Dr. Kerse, is it that correct?
Yep, just Kerse, thank you.
Kerse, and the others about that we are actually going to do a site visit. So, but there may be complementary points that other witnesses want to echo in what I think it's Dr. Mitchell, is it? Dr. Mitchell has to say. So that's sort of the structure, and then we'll go to Mr. Akehurst on financial contributions, and I'll lead that discussion because for my sins, I'm probably the only person who knows that topic reasonably well in terms of the statutory framework. And so it's not actually a topic that people enthusiastically embrace. So I'll lead that discussion.
All right, that's fine.
So on the legal scope question,
sorry, so can I just, before you start, sorry to interrupt, but can I just deal with a procedural matter before we get started, which you may not be aware of yet? We filed a memorandum late last night, just advising the panel that Dr. Mitchell has been taken out by an Environment Court hearing. He's in the middle of a cross-examination, which has gone longer than anticipated. And we are proposing to replace Dr. Mitchell for today's hearing with Ms. Nikki Williams, who's a colleague of Dr. Mitchell's. Ms. Williams has been involved in the preparation of Dr. Mitchell's evidence and is thoroughly engaged in the process as well, and has prepared a very short statement of evidence to set out her qualifications, experience, meeting the code of conduct, etc., as well as confirming that she agrees with Dr. Mitchell's evidence. So I just wanted to note that first, and to make sure that you were comfortable with Ms. Williams presenting evidence rather than Dr. Mitchell. The parties didn't see that as a sort of a prejudicial issue in terms of other parties or the council having something to say about that, given that Ms. Williams essentially adopts Dr. Mitchell's evidence. But I just wanted to flag that and test whether you were comfortable proceeding on that basis.
I can believe you.
Sorry,
I think Mr. Williams has taken place of
Ms. Williams.
Ms. Williams.
So you're still a little bit faint, but as I understand it, it's Ms. Williams.
It is Mrs. Williams, yes.
And she's a colleague of Dr. Mitchell's, and Dr. Mitchell is tied up with another matter, and she's simply adopted his evidence and stands in.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with that. I don't. It's not an atypical situation, and I'd be surprised if Dr. Mitchell was the only person who thought the way he did about the topic. So, all right. Well, the first thing is the legal question of, I guess, the comments. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine. And what I might do, sir, is quickly shift to another room and try my laptop speaker in case that's better than the headset.
Okay.
It won't be a minute.
I think it's only one. Questions. Future
Right. Is that any better? I'm now on laptop.
Yep.
That's much better.
Yep. Yep.
Right. Okay, so we're in your hands. Did you want me to briefly introduce the team, Sue, or are you, you know the key people here?
Well, I think we should give them a chance to introduce themselves. If we you to introduce them, that would be nice.
Yep. Well, as you know, I'm Luke Hinchey. I'm legal counsel for the RVA and Ryman Healthcare.
Yep.
I'll just pass through to the RVA, Ryman, and then the expert witnesses.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Maggie Owens. I'm the immediate past president of the RVA, and I'm speaking on behalf of the RVA today. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Brown. I'm the General Manager, Development NZ for Ryman Healthcare.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Nikki Williams, and as Mr. Hinchey's just advised you, I'm standing in today for Dr. Mitchell, who unfortunately is back in the Environment Court. But I have been involved certainly in a peer review capacity and working with Dr. Mitchell on the draft of evidence.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Greg Akehurst. I am Director of Market Economics, and for my sins, I am investigating all the financial contributions aspects of this plan change.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ngaire Kerse. I'm the Joyce Cook Chair of Ageing Well at the University of Auckland, a background in general practice and geriatrics. And I'm here about the health and social state of older people.
Thank you very much, team. So the first thing is the question of the extent to which we should be dealing with the special case of retirement villages in the context of this plan change. The 42A report doesn't dismiss the idea that it is on the plan change in the sense that it comes within the strict legal ambit of our job, but describes the link as somewhat tenuous. My understanding from Mr. Hinchey's submissions is broadly that that if you look at the policies that the NDRS direct us to consider, or at least include in the plan, are fundamentally concerned with creating an optimal urban residential environment, and retirement villages are fundamentally a residential activity. And so the pathway is section 80 capital E1 C3 that gives us the powers to look at provisions and methods to support or be consequential to the NDRS, and we should look at that provision in a purposeful way, which is to look at the wider context of what the NDRS is trying to achieve, and not to be distracted by the acronym, which could easily lead you to the view that it's really about density and height. But rather, when we look at the definition, look at the entire scope of part 3A of Schedule 1 and the objectives and policies, and take that view about what the NDRS is about, not just density and height. Am I capturing that position correctly, Mr. Hinchey?
Yes, sir. That's a very good summary of the submission that we've made. I think, as you say, the purpose of the legislation is about housing intensification and speeding up the provision of housing. Yeah. Retirement villages are a form of housing. They are a necessary part of a residential community. The provisions of the the MDRS and the wider MPSUD are all about enabling housing, all types of housing for all parts of the community. They seek that a variety of homes be provided, one of which is a retirement village, obviously. So that sits in that context. And then a retirement village is essentially, I guess, a form of the 4 or more residential units, in the sense that it won't obviously meet the permitted activity MDRS provisions, but will essentially enable 4 or more. And as you highlight, it is a residential activity, including its component parts, and therefore needs to be provided for under Section 80E. As you mentioned, in the sense that these provisions are consequential on or support the MDRS in the wider context of it.
Yeah. So I think we're reasonably comfortable. We have some sympathy for that position. So we're not really going to struggle with that idea. And then the context is that you're saying from a demographic, well, your team is saying from a demographic point of view, providing for that cohort is fundamental or crucial to confronting the need to make a housing provision, and therefore it requires some realistic assessment of the trajectory of provision or how provision is being made in reality in New Zealand, and that is in the form of retirement villages.
Yes, that's great. And I think it's acknowledging the industry is in terms of a retirement village model, is a different housing typology which has different needs and functions and layouts and so forth. And those things need to be particularized in the relevant plans, so that when people come to assess these things, they understand what they're dealing with, and they can grapple with some of these different features in a sort of an efficient and clear way. So I guess the policies we seek and the rules that flow down from that are essentially a way to further particularize the broader MDRS context.
Right. So I think it's Dr. Kerse, or maybe we'll just call her Ngaire, and Ms. Owens have given us part of the context of the needs of people in retirement villages, and they vary from those who have much more intensive care to those people who have really just bought into a community but are still independently living. So there's a complete range. And we were invited to go as part of our site visit to a retirement village, and it would be useful from my point of view. I've only had experience of one retirement village. I confess I don't go and sing carols at others, but my parents were in a village called Owens, which is in West Auckland. It's a Dutch designed retirement village, and they so I know what they are, but I suspect I don't know a lot about others. So I value the opportunity to understand the diversity of provision that occurs in those types of villages. But as I understand it, the two contesting planning views are this. One which says we should provide for our retirement villages as a discrete planning unit, recognising the reality of what they comprise, which I understand is the RVA position, or alternatively, treat them as discrete components. One, if they're residential, they're supported living accommodation. If they have additional components, they fall into another activity, and then look at the classification that falls out of looking at the individual components. And when reading that evidence, I was reminded of the very famous case in Auckland called the Centre Point Community case. And the question was whether or not this religious community, in inverted commas, in Albany, established by Bert Potter, was actually any of the types of activities described, or actually a collective which had a completely different character called a religious institution. So as I understand it, the question is whether you actually create a single planning unit, or whether you treat them as other units. And my view on that is that there isn't any pure answer. It comes down to a question of efficiency. But in this case, the Centre Point community was a distinctive social construct which isn't readily replicable, or isn't obviously replicated anywhere around the country to any degree, whereas the reality of forming retirement villages is a common, well replicated, manifested throughout the country form of planning, of social activity and building form, that we can say it is a recognizable activity which we can manage, and that subdividing it up into its component parts would only be justified if there was a significant need to do so. So is that the am I describing this tension correctly?
Yes, sir. And Ms. Williams may want to comment on this as well. I mean, probably would just put a few points into the mix there, as well as, I guess, the general question around the merit of the two regimes. The part of the context is that retirement villages are, I guess, a defined unit in the national planning standards.
Yeah. And
they account for the residential activity as, you know, in terms of the accommodation as well as the ancillary activities that go along with it. Yeah. So there's an intention, I think, there in terms of the planning standard to bring them together, and to the extent, you know, that this process can do that, it should really replicate those concepts from the national planning standard, unless there's a fundamental reason to shift away from that. Yeah. Which would submit that there is here. The other point you've probably picked up from the submissions, that there's been a couple of High Court cases on this idea of whether retirement villages are sort of a bundle of activities, or whether they're sort of one unit which is sort of really associated with the primary residential use. In both cases, although they deal with factual situations and slightly different planning and legislative contexts, they both come to the same conclusion, essentially, that the residential activity and the component parts associated with it, whether that be hair salons, you know, cafes, you know, bowling greens, swimming pools, etc. All of those related activities are essentially part and parcel of the residential use. And then other aspects, including things like the hospital care within retirement villages, again, those are essentially what people would describe to be their homes, and Dr. Kerse has commented on that. So again, you know, although they're referred to as hospitals, they're not like normal hospitals. They're essentially people's homes where they're getting a greater level of care because they need it. So that's as well as the merit context. I think there's that broader the planning standard context and the case law context as well.
And just following on from Luke's comments, I mean, I think he answered that. I don't have a lot to add other than just thinking about that definition in the National Planning Standard, where really I think the key is that you know, that it is a residential complex, and it's for the, you know, the ancillary activities that may be within that residential complex is primarily for the resident, you know, it's for the residents. So really that's the point that we're focusing on.
Yeah, and that people, particular types of application, and the fact that it's in the planning standard means that higher authorities in the system have recognised that as being a definable, an ascertainable planning unit.
That's right. Susan.
Yes, yes.
And so we should take guidance from that. And while any planning unit, whether a particular activity falls within it or not, is something lawyers can have fun with, and they do. The language is fairly tight in that it is a residential activity with additional components that are for the residents.
Yes.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Yep.
And
yeah, I mean, the industry could submit on the National Planning Standard and has for some time been seeking a standardised definition to essentially remove these issues around this idea of kind of bundling component parts. So I guess there's no mistake, I guess, in terms of providing for that at that National Planning Standard level. It was very intentional, I think, to try and do away with this sort of thing.
yeah, and I must say, I personally have some sympathy for that view. If you have an activity which has a form which is strongly manifested throughout the country, it makes sense if you can define it to actually manage it as a discrete activity rather than getting distracted by the bundling concept,
Yes.
which is something I think planners should try and avoid if possible, particularly for a land use activity. Bundling in terms of across, say, a mix of activities in a regional context, something that's inevitable, but in a planning in an urban context, I think that makes a lot of sense. And then Maggie, Owens and Ngaire Kerse particularly identify the movement of those range of activities and how that's developing. And one of my commissioners has a particular interest in that trajectory, which we'll come to. And that may inform the question of what are the externalities that we're managing in that context, given that my starting position is in land use context, we'll control it to the extent we need to, as opposed to you tell us why we shouldn't control it to any degree we want. So that's my philosophical starting position, supported by the way Part 3 is framed. But there is an acknowledgement of externalities that need to be managed. And I guess the thought that I wanted to put to Ms. Williams is, well, given that these are such a range of scale and diversity of uses, it seems to me that you would at least have an RD class for assessment, given that in character, retirement villages are typically of scale and significantly affect urban form and design. Why wouldn't I think, and I'm not attracted to the permitted activity class, but the RD class with the right suite of matters of control and discretion makes sense. But then also the policies that Dr. Mitchell's proposed seem to me entirely weighted to the enabling rather than actually defining what the externalities are that you're managing. So in a cascade, you would normally say, well, I understand the points about what you want to enable. I'm not sure about the big site question, but I'm happy to talk about that. But you say what you're enabling, you say while managing these things in the policy, and you actually describe what you're doing, because there is a while, but they're the externalities. They're not so much the internal arrangement, because I don't think as planners that we care so much how companies want to provide services to people within the village. I think there should be a high level of economic freedom there. But I do think the plan needs to say what are the externalities that are managing. And it seems to me that they could at least be appropriate design, this context, respect to the context, traffic impacts, the extent to which it fits within other uses. I'm not sure exactly how I'd express it, but it seems to me that the planning policy shouldn't just be enabling, but actually speak to the externalities which RVA acknowledge potentially exist, and give guidance about what you're aiming to achieve. And if you wanted a standard national approach, I think that the policy regime would have to be that robust. So that's what you're really seeking is once you get that planning unit defined, and funnily enough, it's the definition that is the starting position, then you set the policies that are under the goal of well-functioning that support RVAs and manage them, and then an appropriate activity class. I would have thought that was the sort of silo that you would need to establish to work for it to work. And I'm not certain that the policy regime is addressing the externalities and the things that the discretions that would need to be addressed. So, and that feeds into Commissioner Black's questions about the trajectory that villages are on, because any regime would need to be sufficient to address those. So that's a very long-winded or a statement than a question, but I think that's where we are.
Yeah. So perhaps if I just start sort of and step back a little bit, the regime and the planning framework that we're starting with, as we said, is around retirement villages being a residential activity. And as Mr. Hinchey mentioned, in terms of the MPSUD sort of falling into that subset, I guess, of 4 or more units, but acknowledging that we're not a straight multi-unit development. So the idea of a permitted activity is that a retirement village is simply that. It is a residential activity similar to a multi-unit activity, being for housing for multiple people. However, then certainly in the land use, then we've identified the actual buildings as being the RD. So the actual component of constructing retirement villages then falls as a restricted discretionary. And while I take on board your point about the policies reflecting more the MPSUD rather than a retirement village, I guess these policies are to fit into with the suite of other policies that are already in the plan around residential activities and some of the direction of that. And then the idea is that in terms of the restricted discretionary activity, we'd kind of, I guess that's where we come to more the kind of actual assessment in terms of what those external effects that we might want to manage, where you said, obviously in terms of the scale. And I guess certainly Kapiti Coast is a good example of where there are a number of retirement villages that have been established. And you can see that as you move externally, often retirement villages are more at that residential scale, with the bulk of the buildings often sort of in the central areas. But certainly in terms of thinking about a restricted discretionary activity and how you might assess it, I guess it is ensuring that we cover off those matters of discretion that, as you say, are going to capture some of the effects you might be thinking about in terms of the visual dominance effects, you know, in terms of, I think building length might be something that just jumps up at me that we would include. And then also thinking about the adjacent street network and how the retirement village. So we have actually set out some matters of discretion that cover off those, and thinking about the functional and operational needs of a retirement village. And that's, I guess, where you get to that issue of larger sites that you mentioned that come into it. So I guess we've come from the basis of starting with retirement villages as a subset, as a residential activity, and then thinking about the building and the buildings that comprise the retirement village as being the components that you want to manage in terms of any off-site effects or interrelationships with the existing environment in terms of that planning regime. So Luke may want to jump in and add a bit more. That's a very brief kind of summary of how we got to that.
I actually just thought it might be helpful because Dr. Mitchell's evidence doesn't, I guess, repeat all of the provisions that are being sought in the submission, but says essentially that he and now Ms. Williams support that regime. If you've got the submission in front of you, page 45 is useful to look at, because I think the industry approach is entirely aligned with your thinking, which is that, you know, you can't have your cake and eat it here. You can't just enable and not manage effects as well. There is, as Ms. Williams pointed out, a bunch of matters of discretion which do directly engage in those externality effects. And at page 45, you know, the points you just summarised are effectively articulated in the matters of discretion. And then, of course, as Ms. Williams also said, you would then also be looking up to the policies, not just the retirement village policies that we've promoted, but all of the other ones which also help guide the quality of the external environment, amenity considerations, character, etc., to the extent that they're relevant. So I think we are offering a package of both the enabling and the control, to summarise.
Is that page 45 of the submission?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not sure that list is just not sure that list is sufficient. Right. The effects of the retirement village on the safety of adjacent streets or public open spaces. I'm not sure that addresses, say, a transportation issue.
I mean, on that point, sir, the regime doesn't seek to opt out of any other rules in the district plan that apply to things like transport or noise or, you know, storage of waste and those sorts of things. This regime is very much focused on density effects and trying to align as best as possible with the MDRS objectives and policies which guide what effects are now, you know, to be considered. So that it might not look like a full list in terms of where your thinking might be going, but, you know, as I say, it's not the only set of provisions which applies.
Yeah, so you're
Yeah.
saying the district-wide rules apply as
Yes,
well.
yes, that's right. So you would still have all the district-wide rules that would cover off noise, transportation, earthworks, and various other matters that generally fall under district-wide matters. So you're still assessing the application against those matters. And as Mr. Hinchey pointed out, these are very much just in terms of the PC2, in terms of the changes around residential activities and density matters.
So the design guide would be triggered still.
Well, the design guide is another issue again, where generally the retirement village and certainly in our assessment that there are a lot of matters included in the design guide which aren't necessarily relevant and also are very broad in their scope. So it may be that the design guides aren't directly related to an activity such as a retirement village, which is specifically designed, particularly some of the design guide issues that relate to internal amenity, particularly things like where car parks or vehicle accesses may be provided. Generally, it's our view that retirement villages doesn't easily fit into an assessment under a design guide. And I guess we've certainly got lots of examples from existing planning regimes where design guides aren't as helpful because I guess they're really being thought about at a different type of activity than retirement villages, which are quite nuanced and I guess specific in terms of how they're developed, thinking about the residents' needs and the amenity on site and internally that's provided for a retirement village.
Yes, David, I guess a distinction between private open space and shared open space. You're more likely to obviously have shared open space with the retirement village than an individual outdoor spaces.
That's right. And also another thing is often about the orientation or size of balconies or private terrace areas are often different in a retirement village than from what might be in a small private multi-unit development.
And I probably would make the submission in terms of the use of urban design guides. That's an approach that was used prior to the enabling housing legislation coming into effect.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Can you speak?
Sorry. The use of urban design guides, I mean, that's been a tool used to manage urban design effects under the RMA as it existed prior to the enabling housing legislation. The industry submission is that I guess that approach has to be sort of re-looked at as to whether that's still appropriate in the context of the new requirements, particularly around the objectives and policies of the MDRS. And I think the general submission is that urban design controls now need to be far less restrictive than they have been in the past and far less, I guess, detailed and comprehensive. And that finds support, particularly in the context of Policy 5 of the MDRS, which talks about providing for developments which don't meet permitted activity standards, and that's obviously a retirement village or other or more residential unit type scenarios. And then while encouraging high quality development, so the policy direction is to encourage high quality development, but we say that is a less restrictive concept than has been used in the past. And the extent of the urban design guide in the Kapiti Coast context has gone, I guess, well beyond that concept of encouraging and moving into directing and requiring and, also providing a lot of the usual things we would have seen under the old regime. The regime that you've got in front of you from the RBA in terms of which one's the more appropriate, the argument is that those controls that we have in the matters of discretion much more clearly link back to that broader policy context, and they pick up on the sorts of things covered: attractive, safe and streets, public open spaces. That's sort of governed by the matters of discretion that Ms. Williams talked through, and then, the potential effects that arise from retirement villages in terms of the quality of the environment are picked up in, in a more encouraging way, I suppose, than the use of an urban design guide.
Yeah, interesting. It's more intensification. You might argue that the need for design guides is greater. I do appreciate the balance that has to be made.
I think that would be the wrong way to go with respect, because I think that things have moved on, and you've got a proportionality to any control you put in place, recognising that all permitted activities, being 3 or less per site, have essentially no urban design control. So if you're a 4-unit development, then you're required to comply with the design guide, which might have, multiple criteria and assessment matters and so forth. Is that proportionate now to this new, regime that we're in? So I think, I guess principally people might say we might need more control with intensification, but I don't think that resonates with the policy direction.
I do understand that.
We just pause for a moment, Commissioner Kuriku, just let's take a break. Reading this evidence about the needs of older people, because as you get older, you start to think, well, that's my horizon.
You wonder why you're taking such an interest in it.
Right. Well, I suppose I should take notice of these things.
Yeah, that's
right.
I do think there's a great variability in how people age, so there is some reassurance there.
Yes,
it doesn't happen to everybody.
Genes, apparently, so none of my parents ended up, except my mother, late in a retirement village. So that might help.
Just on the matter, just as a procedural, while we're waiting for the Commissioner to return, sir, we were going to lodge a memo actually after this hearing to seek, whether you wanted a site visit. There is a site visit that the team have put together for panels around the country, selecting a group of different villages, so you can get a sense of look and feel. I think it's in the order of about half a day or something like that, and we can certainly arrange that for you all, and potentially the council officers involved in the Section 42A work as well, if that suits you.
Yeah, well, some of us might be able to accommodate that, some of us might not, but I'd certainly be interested to understand how the industry is working now. But returning to this question about the balance between control and so forth, the definition of a retirement village under the NPS is a managed comprehensive residential complex or facilities. So it has to be managed. So whoever is going to build or seek consent for one is in the game of creating a complex which is under management. So their business model is the management of residential needs over the long term of people who choose to come there. That's the business model. And so to some extent, well, obviously, they're going to have to design a complex that works for the needs of the people. Otherwise, they're not going to attract the customers. And so and they're choosing to go there as a pathway. So it's different from general just providing retirement residential needs for community and making sure the standards are okay and so forth. They're actually opting in to a system where there is a management regime. So to my mind, there are already market mechanisms driving quality production, not necessarily universally, but there are strong market forces driving that. For you to qualify as being a retirement village. But if you look at recognising that some degree of oversight might be necessary, if you look at Phil Mitchell's evidence at paragraph 74, it identifies a range of policies. And if you look at those policies, none of them actually speak to managing the externalities that the discretion is aimed to provide. It's all about why you need to provide for these retirement villages. So a planning officer doesn't actually have any guidance. Now, on this design question, you've got a tension. On the one hand, you've got a design guide, which arguably is a design guide for other residential and retirement villages are in their own class. So you don't put it into that. But you also don't have any policies that actually talk about what a well-designed complex would look like. And I fail to see how RVA can't capture in a words in a policy the well-designed, good, low, proper, well-designed retirement village components look like and what you're driving to achieve. And I would have thought the other side of the coin of the RVA is not only to liberalise and enable its members to not go through the thicket of unnecessary regulation, which I understand entirely, but also to embed in plans the sort of level of outcomes that they are seeking to ensure the industry meets reasonable, is reflecting on and producing well-designed retirement villages. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm sort of, if I was to describe it as a continuum, I'm about 75% in favour of the philosophical argument. I find the planning implementation somewhat inadequate because I think it's completely lost sight of the balance there, that if you have an RV and it's non-notified and not even a neighbour can participate, you've got to give there is a place, because there are potential externalities, for an assessment to be made and for the council to be able to say, look, this is not going to work or isn't up to an unreasonable standard. And I acknowledge that most of the time you'll be able to demonstrate that it is up to standard, but I think it needs to have some guidance and some teeth to make sure that all matters have been appropriately addressed. And my concern is that if you don't have that sort of counterpoint, it's all very well for you to say, well, the industry will look after it and do the right thing. But our experience tells us that if there isn't some regulatory counterweight that is there in the planning regime to ensure that that's being done, it can have unintended consequences. So I think there is a place for a more balanced policy regime.
I take on board those comments, Sir. I think perhaps where we had come from was that these policies are in addition to those policies that are already in the plan, and particularly, I guess, the issue around retirement villages being a residential activity, and then certainly those policies that are already there about, you know, developing residential activities that are compatible with the built character of the zone, that focus on sort of on-site amenity for residents and neighbours, about streetscape and landscaping. All those policies that are already in the plan would apply to a retirement village, just as they apply to other residential activities. But certainly I hear your point that perhaps rather than just the general policies, there perhaps needs to be one that is more focused about the scale of residential activities. But I think where the framework, and Mr. Hinchey, I'm sure will have more to add on this, had come from that as a residential activity, then just as other applications requiring consent for residential activities are assessed, those same policies apply that are already in the plan.
Yeah, I didn't understand. I find that a little confusing because, as I understood it, you wanted to treat it as a distinct planning bundle, and it falls naturally out of the broader residential aspirations of the MDRS, which is a good functioning urban environment that meets residential needs. So what would fall out is a silo of policy that then led to the rule about the construction and development of retirement villages, so that you would actually be able to, I would have thought that the logic of what you're saying is it is a residential village, sorry, it is a residential activity, but it has its own special characteristics. And so logically, you have a policy regime and a rule regime that reflects that. And I personally think that what you've said, Ms. Williams, contradicts what Mr. Hinchey is saying about the design guide. The design guide's fine for other residential, but let's have a specific regime for retirement villages. And I actually think that there is merit in that view, but logically it needs its own policy content, so that a planner says, well, the plan is has provided for retirement villages, and these are the main policies that govern that. So we know where we're going, rather than saying, oh, well, you know, there's these specific policy retirement villages, but then everything else becomes relevant. To me, undercuts part of the thrust of the RVA's case, but it also leads to confusion because, you know what I mean? To me, it's not it is not atypical. It is a residential activity, but it has atypical elements. It's got a hospital, it's got people who gather together, it's got a restaurant, it's got potentially a hair salon, all these things. It's a village for retired people under management. Now, as I said, I'm not too concerned about how business models designed to make it attractive for people to be in the village, but I am concerned to make sure that it doesn't overwhelm the urban form, or not relate well, or over-dominate, or create, you know, all these effects that mean, you know, retirement villages become these sort of massive exclamation points, completely unrelated to their urban context, which I think is an externality that we would want to manage. So there needs to be words around that that tell us what we're trying to manage and why, and that it's focused on the externalities. And what I think the council's planner is somewhat sympathetic to your position as well. he said that the major externalities that he was concerned about were, for example, in the case of being in a local zone or a neighbourhood zone or thing, that you actually consume all of the available space, or in the mixed use or town zone, and also potentially having commercial activity that competes with the zone. And I personally think that's unlikely given the definition of what a residential village is, because it's for the residents. But, or else being in a centre zone and not having the commercial mix at the bottom. Now, I would have thought policy and appropriate discretions would manage those things very comfortably. You don't need to have a bundling process to manage those things. If you know what your externalities are that you're managing, and you have a distinct planning bundle, I think our obligation is to define the activity and manage it, only to the extent necessary.
Yeah.
I don't feel like your regime is, in fact, no disrespect, actually playing the ball that is bowling.
Just probably one quick clarification on the design guide point and whether that's we're sort of trying to be inconsistent. There's an inconsistency there. I mean, the design guide point is a general point rather than a retirement village specific point. My submission would be that residential design guides generally have to be looked at very closely in terms of how they regulate any 4 or more activity, because, as I say, the world has moved on. And if they're over-regulating residential activities now, then they aren't in conformance with the NDRS. So that's not a retirement village specific issue, although, as Ms Williams points out, retirement villages also have that unique issue that design guides don't very well provide for villages. So there's a secondary argument. In terms of the wider regime and how, I guess, we deal with the externalities, the approach that the RBA has adopted is that externalities are largely governed by the wider policies of the plan. And we've done that deliberately because otherwise we would be criticised for exactly the sort of points that have been discussed, that we're trying to have this very enabling and low level of control regime which sits outside, what everyone else has to do. And we've intentionally, I guess, assumed that policies which govern, residential amenity, character, relationships to streets, all of those sorts of things would be guided by all of the policies in the plan. I don't think you can read our regime to say that this is an exclusive policy because it's not intended that way. There's a range of, policies, and I'll just sort of got a couple in front of me. Objective DO 011, which deals with character and amenity values, although we don't agree with all of those things, that is I guess a character and amenity objective, which at the moment we would say that our policy has to fit within and be part of. And then you have the likes of GRZ P10, which deals with residential amenity, both for residents and neighbours. And then there's a bunch of aspects there which, as I say, we don't agree with all of them, but some of them will continue to apply. I guess we're trying to fit in with what is the planned urban character, and to have a very exclusive regime that sits outside of that planned urban character starts to feel uncomfortable, and we felt that's going to be challenged by officers saying, you're going too far, you're trying to do something which is outside what we're trying to achieve in these zones. So it's trying to fit in as best as possible. I mean, I tend to agree with you. I would prefer to see a policy which is focused on the externalities of retirement villages, and that's sort of a one-stop shop. But I guess we've been challenged by this trying to fit in aspect with the existing planning provisions and not, I suppose, to seek to go beyond or sort of further enable our activities versus others in terms of managing externalities. So I guess
I'm not attracted to that idea, but I understand your explanation. I personally think that that there is a credible case that retirement villages should have their own policy framework because of the reasons that were given by Mr. Brown, Ms. Owens, and Ms. Kerse.
And we'd be happy, I suppose, to work with that and provide some additional wording to the existing policies that we presented, which may assist with capturing the, the concerns you have.
Yeah, but give me an example of so let's say you've got the policy provision for housing for ageing population in the mix. That would be in the residential zone. Give me an example of how you saw that policy, any other policy, informing the assessment in a way that would fall within the discretion in the RD that you have proposed. So give me an example, say 2 examples of how a planner would reason through if we put this policy in and it's within the matters of discretion, other matters of character or other district-wide things that, and I don't want noise because I understand how noise would operate, but the sort of issues that we've been debating, give me an example of that. And I'll give you 5 minutes while I just have a quick break to think about that exercise. And I'm happy for you to go into mute to talk amongst yourselves as to how you do that. But I'd be interested in how you saw that analysis being done. Right, thank you for that. Right, so if you could take us through that.
I think Ms. Williams will take you through that question soon in terms of how the restricted discretionary matters link back to the policies and the objectives.
Okay, well, I'll make a start, and I'm sure Mr. Hinchey might jump in if I get a bit sidetracked. But I think if we take your idea of having some policies that relate particularly to a retirement village. So in terms of the matters of discretion, I guess the idea is that then if the retirement village doesn't meet one of the development standards, for instance, of the zone, then in terms of a policy, it would be a policy that is looking at the actual effect of that on the amenity of the adjoining neighbour, and it would be in terms of and particularly I think you know, we would need to just draft something that specifically aligns with those standards in terms of the residential amenity and neighbourhood character to do with those. Certainly take your point about the assessment criteria about safety in adjacent streets, and it would be about providing public access to the site and the safety of pedestrians and cyclists. I think definitely the point about the quality of the interface, I guess it's, you know, your point about the residential design guides. So we would expect that there would be a policy that identified while the purpose of the retirement village is to provide for older persons accommodation, it still is required to interface with the existing residential environment. So certainly I feel that there'd probably be more than just one policy. There'd probably need to be a few policies that really reflect assessing the scale of development in terms of its existing environment, because at the end of the day, the regime that we're interested in is really just around that interface between existing residential neighbourhoods and a retirement village.
Yeah, my question, you're talking more about the policy silo that I think is attractive. My question was more picking up on what Mr. Hinchey was saying. His position was, well, the other policies come in and are triggered in any event in an assessment of retirement village. And my question is, give me two examples of something that would be of the type of externality that we're talking about that would be captured or triggered by an assessment in policy triggered by the matters of discretion.
Okay, so the first one, so if you have an exceedance, then certainly that policy 10, which talks about residential amenity, so it's definitely there. Yeah, you know, it talks about development will be required to achieve a high level of on-site amenity for residents and neighbours in accordance with the policy following principles, and talks about yards will be provided to provide appropriate building setbacks from neighbouring areas, the street and the coast. So if you have a yard infringement in your development for a retirement village, then you'll be looking at that policy that requires that on-site amenity or that neighbouring amenity to be considered. Similarly, the matters of discretion in terms of the effects arising from the quality of the interface between the village and adjacent streets. So there is that policy 11 about residential streetscape that talks about the direct pedestrian access will be provided from the street where practicable. The safety of road users will not be adversely affected, and on-site vehicle manoeuvring will be provided, so that those types of discretions would link through to those policies that are already in the plan.
Yeah, so for example, if you look at GRZ P10,
yes,
I don't see how any of those would come into play within the matters of discretion you've got. You've agreed that they're important, but I don't see how they are triggered by the RD matters of discretion and control.
Well, certainly if you had an exceedance of one of the standards, would you not then be looking at certainly that yards one would come in, or harder impermeable surfaces, you know, if you exceeded your impermeable surface standard?
Yeah, but don't those standards really fundamentally pitched at a particular style of residential activity? And what we're saying here is that retirement villages are different in scale and form. They're still fundamentally residential, but they're, as a matter of obvious reality out there, they are of a different scale and form to normal residential activity. And while they need to be accommodated in the zone, we also have to acknowledge the reality that they are different and therefore create different externalities than, potentially different externalities or different management matters than the ordinary residential activity, just because of the way they manifest. And I think the RV case slightly wants its cake and eat it too. It wants the residential activity and all the standards that are there, but also special acknowledgement or enablement as distinct and important activity in its own right, with limited matters of discretion. So if someone built a structure of the type that a retirement village would involve, but it wasn't a retirement village, it was just a residential activity, why should they confront all of these policies assessments, but not a retirement village? I guess I'm thinking aloud, but I'm just...
Well, I don't think so. We are asking for a narrow view of the policy interpretation. I mean, from a legal point of view, all objectives and policies need to be considered, and the applicable and relevant ones need to be applied. So to the extent there's any debate about how to interpret matters of discretion, you're going to have to look at the whole suite of objectives and policies and not narrow in on one. And that's certainly been my experience with even plans which have got more specific enabling retirement village policies, like Christchurch is a good example, where there's a very similar type of policy and rule regime for retirement villages. decision makers there have not engaged only on that one, ageing population policy. They've looked at the wider context and things like whether the retirement village meets the plan built character of the zone, that sort of policy is engaged. All of the other MDRS objectives and policies which deal with things like character, amenity, safe streets and so forth are all going to be part of that objective and policy context. So there's no, I don't think, sir, that there's a legal way out of having, regard to that, all of that objective and policy context. Of course, the specific policy for the ageing population and the different characteristics of villages will also be part of that mix, and that will help, I suppose, explain why some of the features are different to planners and applicants in the future. But I don't think that you would narrow in and focus only on that one aspect.
Would it be desirable to have the provision of housing policy in the other larger sites and changing communities well, certainly the ones specifically relating to retirement villages, have a qualifying while ensuring that other policies are met or some relationship to them, or do you think that's not necessary?
We have grappled with that concept in the past, and I think sometimes councils have said, well, if you do that for your policy, then it starts to disrupt the functioning of the rest of the policies, because it seems like there's a convention there now that says, unless it's otherwise specified, you focus on one policy. So we've been reluctant, I suppose, to try and put those I guess those cross-references into the policies, because they start to unwind how the whole package works. We simply sought to rely on the General Convention that when you're doing a 104 assessment, you have regard to, the relevant provisions of the plan, and then there are conventions about how you read objectives and policies together, which we say will apply with the regime that we're promoting. But I have to say I am attracted to the policy for retirement villages, perhaps going a little bit further to help articulate some of those quality aspects, because if it's uncertain in your mind and it's uncertain in the council officer's mind, then it will help to have clarification there. I'm sort of conscious of time in the hearing, sir, and if you wanted us to have a think about that after the hearing and potentially present something back to you and give the officers an opportunity to comment on that, we would be happy to do that.
Doesn't policy 16 help if you adapt that, because that's actually geared for retirement homes, retirement villages, so that could be they're all relevant to what we're talking about, because the plan is written for it to be supported living and older persons accommodation is what the policy is titled. So that's really where it would sit.
Yes, that's right. I guess the issue through the RVA submission and Ryman submission and evidence was that we didn't feel retirement villages actually fell under the supported living definition, but certainly you're right, we could rework that policy to include retirement villages in there.
That's what I'm saying. I think that was written for that, and if you wanted a separate whole suite relevant to retirement villages, then it's a matter of adapting that. That's right.
Yeah, so
I mean, just on that point, and then you might have picked this up from the submissions and the evidence, that the industry is trying to get as much as possible a consistent regime for planning of retirement villages around all of the tier 1 councils, and obviously we need to try and fit in with plans as best we can, but a major benefit of having relatively consistent provisions will be relatively consistent application of those provisions, and over time that will get better and better. So we are seeking, I guess, to maintain the approach at the moment, which is to have those separate policies and provisions, rather than, I guess, trying to rework the supported residential care policy, which is probably, from the industry's point of view, would need quite a lot of rework to make that work, and would get off track in terms of this wider desire for consistency. So I just wanted to make that point too, just to put some context.
Well, you won't achieve that consistency by an approach which says we're just inserting these policies into a mix of whatever is already there in a plan. You get that consistency by creating the silo that I talked about, but anyway.
Understood, sir, and it's a very useful thought and a good idea for us to reflect on, I think.
I understand, though, that different panels will have different reactions, and mine perhaps comes from a somewhat more liberal perspective. So it's hard to know where to pitch these things when you're doing across the country approach. But we have given other people homework to go away and think about things and provisions, with the idea of coming back to us with the idea of getting the best possible framework to consider when we're making our analysis of what way to jump. And so I think it would be very useful to have a suite of provisions, not the sort of Schedule A, but the core policies and rules that you want inserted on a single sheet, or not a single page, but a single document that we can then potentially call you back and test or discuss further if necessary, and then ask Mr. Banks about. We probably won't close the hearing immediately, so there is some room for flexibility, but time is against us. We'll probably want to start doing parts of our report writing almost immediately we finish the formal part of the hearings. But I think we want to, I think from our questioning, we're interested in this, the issue that the RVA and Ryman have raised, and want to explore the best possible proposition for that regime. Yeah, so in terms of managing externalities, Commissioner Black has said thinking about policy that would work in terms of centres.
Yeah, I think I was interested in I think the future of retirement villages, and we're thinking perhaps that's when the zone comes in, because I was thinking about whether it's the retirement villages' intention to have more incentives, you know, as greater urbanisation, intensification in centres, and what does that look like, and are the policies correct for that? Because are you already doing retirement villages and centres? And I see concerns that planners have about them if the current model is quite residential and built form and in its nature, that would be different. But the planner has a concern too that these are big, because they're big institutions, that they could take over centres. So how would you think, if you are going that way, how do you think they could be accommodated within centres, and is the framework right for that? Because in effect, do they need to be any different from an apartment building, where you actually have a ground floor, you know, an active ground floor on a main street, and then above it you have your residential? Is that the thinking of the retirement villages?
I'm just wondering whether Matt Brown or Maggie might want to comment on that, just to give an overall picture of the industry and how the different villages look and feel depending on whether they're in centres or on the outskirts, of residential areas or within residential areas. Is it maybe Matt or Maggie could speak to that?
Yeah, so with retirement villages, and certainly at Ryman, there's a certain amount of scale required, and I think we've talked about that a lot today, just around providing the layers of living options for the residents, but also recognising that the residents, a number of those residents, the level of their frailty means that a certain amount of amenity needs to be provided on the village site, and so then we start to look at scale, and in a residential sense, we are often looking for a scale over broad acre, so you can have lower rise village, looking for perhaps a more bulky building in the centre of the site that provides the assisted living options and the amenity that goes with that. But then when you get into centre zones and the sites are smaller, in order to still be able to provide the living options and the amenities that are required to go with that, then you're looking at a different type of scale. So
that's right. Is that something you're looking at, about having more urban rather than suburban models?
Yeah, so we look at both, and we will continue to look at both across the country, and it just depends on where we are. So we've got a number of villages in Auckland, in parts of Auckland, where the smaller sites, more dense, and so therefore we've had to create the scale out of building up, and so we'll continue to do that forever and a day. We're looking at centres within cities. We're looking at urban zones. We look at regional areas and broader acre sites there. So we need to build the villages where the people live. Residents want to move into a village, generally speaking, that's close to where they live, where they've lived for a long period of time, in a lot of cases, and they have all of that, as well as seeking the amenities that are provided within the village, they are also still able to stay close to friends and family, and other things that they might be involved in.
That's assuming they already live in a suburb. I'm saying there's a great number of people living in cities.
Yeah.
They want to continue to live in that environment, so therefore they might.
That's exactly right. So if they live in cities and they want to continue to live in the city, then if they've lived in the city for a while, then they've built up over that time they've built up a life around that location, and there'll be parts of that they need to that they'll be seeking to continue with when they move into a retirement village.
Yeah, so I think that if you're looking at the whole planning framework, then you need to address those things as well as incentives, how they're made.
I think
the planner has raised some concerns about that, how they can be accommodated. So it would be good to look at that too.
I think one of the ways that's been done, and I'm sort of saying this generally, is that centres, centre rules tend to have controls over ground floor activities, residential activities, to essentially ensure that the land that's most useful for commercial uses is retained, or at least, if an applicant seeks to use that land for a non-commercial use, like a residential or retirement use, then they've got to prove that that's not necessary for commercial uses, or there's other reasons why it should be justified. So we've just been through a process with Christchurch City Council on that very issue, in terms of trying to make sure that there's enough room for some extra residential and retirement village activities and centres, but there's an appropriate degree of control, particularly around the commercial land that's needed for the future. That's one way to do it. I don't know whether Ms Williams is across the ground floor controls for this particular plan, but may wish to comment if she does.
Yeah, I think, for instance, in the Kapiti town centres zone, there is a standard about residential activities not being located, or they must only be located above ground floor. And I think in the RVA submission, we had in the town centres that we supported in part some of the rules, Rule 6, which is about new buildings are permitted, but it excluded some buildings. And I think we'd suggested including the construction of buildings for retirement villages as a restricted discretionary activity into that zone. So certainly just perhaps broadening some of the provisions that are suggested to be included within the plan change too. And certainly, you know, just as a very much an aside and not commenting as an expert, but I have just spent 2 days at a hearing in Warkworth, and that is a settlement that I guess is comparable to a lot of the settlements across Kāpiti. And in the middle of that town is a retirement village that's actually just set in behind the shops, right in the centre of the town centre. And I know, you know, I do know some people that certainly owned a house in Warkworth and have moved into that retirement village. So certainly they do exist in town centres.
Yes, they do. I've seen them as well around the country. Okay, well, and there was one, I think there was one concern about that size of commercial units, and I thought, well, one, you might look at techniques about having a square meterage maximum for those things, but anyway, I think just addressing those concerns that the planner had about the commercials, the centre zones would be useful.
We can pick that up in the homework.
Just one final question on the planning side of it before we get to financial contributions. I was just interested, Professor Kerse, on the paragraph 64 of your evidence, which is around that issue of loneliness, which is quite an important health issue, and how that need to address that issue is driving diversity of facilities and activities in retirement villages.
So as people age, loneliness becomes more common because they have losses of family members. People retire, have different social engagements. Now, many people choose to move into that. This is part of the decision to move into a retirement village. So, yes, loneliness in some aspects responds to activities and other invitations. Some people stay lonely in retirement villages, and the risk or the prevalence of loneliness in villages is the same as the prevalence of loneliness for people living in the community. So they certainly aren't worse for people. And there's a suggestion that people move into specifically for the social activities that are offered there. Now, as our population diversifies, like over the next 20 years, there will be a different mix of people coming through to that age group and in that situation to make a choice to move. And of course, retirement villages must respond to that. And I fully anticipate that there will be changes in the things that are offered and the activities that happen. I'm not sure I've answered your question. Is that kind of what you meant?
Well, you're anticipating change, but yeah, it sort of seems to me that the health of residents is really important, and one of those is an ability to be engaged in activities, and sometimes they don't have the ability to engage outside the local area because of limitations. And my observation is that the people who are actually managing these facilities are alive to the need for these sort of social mixes and so forth. And so that's why another factor, given the state of that demographic and the fact that a lot of people are choosing to go into assisted living to be in a safer and more, understand a community that they understand, that it is a residential activity, but it's likely to have different types of components that make it discrete, but still fundamentally residential. And that loneliness, the activities that are organised, the facilities provided to address loneliness are one of the drivers. Not just physical needs, but social and cultural needs.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes, definitely.
So if I could just come in here and just add that it's also about practical convenience, where the resident in the community was previously accessing something that may have been some distance away, something has happened to their health, or they have glaucoma or something like that, that means that in the future they may be less able. So in the village, everything is kind of enabled in a relatively seamless way. They don't have to, necessarily drive their car or walk a long way or catch a bus. Things are still offered for them to socially engage and to take part in a whole lot of levels of community activity, but practically very accessible as they get older, with people that are a little bit like them. So people really do respond to this. But residents do continue to keep the same patterns of involvement in the community that they had before they came to the village. But it's almost like knowing that if I do get older and frailer, then I have a plan, it's covered. And so it's the anticipated potential of the future life that is as attractive to the residents coming into the village as what they need today and tomorrow.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, that's been very interesting. And now we go to a more prosaic topic, financial contributions. And I guess I'll lead that conversation off. I can't say I'm fully over this topic, but as I understand it, the council has introduced additional financial contributions in the plan, and there are two concerns. The first concern is that there is a lack of distinction between retirement villages and other residential activity in terms of demand on council services. And the second is the risk of double dipping. And even though it's not logical to do so, I'll start with the latter. My understanding is that the Local Government Act, which deals, and I can't remember what subpart it is, that deals with development contributions, has a explicit statutory preclusion of obtaining contributions that were levied under the RMA through the LGA process. In other words, there is actually a statutory control there. And so, am I right about that? And if I am, what's the problem?
You're right about that. There is a statutory prohibition on collecting financial contributions or development contributions if that's already been collected for the same purpose under the other regime. The problem is that the current proposal for Council's financial contribution regime essentially seeks to recover the costs of all of the same infrastructure types that are covered by the development contribution regime. The Council appears to say we won't recover costs which we say are covered by the development contribution policy regime. We'll only recover for any extra infrastructure costs in those same categories, which isn't otherwise covered by the development contribution policy. And the concern is that it's not going to be a black and white situation where you can say this bit of pipe is part of the DC regime and that bit of pipe is part of this FC financial contribution regime. The lines are much more connected because it's a connected network that this infrastructure is providing for. So although there will be a statutory prohibition, there is a real degree of risk there that double dipping will inevitably occur, and the result of that will be litigation and debate about trying to find that bright line.
So is the council's current financial development contributions policy an integrated network? It can't be because it's 3 distinct communities, or more than 3. But so is the methodology community specific?
Mr. Akehurst may know it in more detail than me. I probably couldn't answer that question off the cuff. I don't know, Greg, if you know that better than I do.
I haven't studied it in detail. It looks to me as though they are distinct communities, so the amount of infrastructure that is required to meet demands and they identify in the back of the DC policy unique distinct communities, and then the charges are established across that area. But just picking up on a couple of points there and just reinforcing what Luke's saying about it's difficult to understand through the policy the degree to which additional demand has been covered by the development contributions component of the impact fee, and therefore the need for additional financial contributions to cope with additional demand. And one of the issues that the Retirement Village Association and Ryman have is that the ratios that are outlined in the development contributions policy in terms of how a retirement unit is charged for relative to a residential unit equivalent significantly overstates the demand that's actually generated by the retirement units that the villages put together. So in a situation where a development impact fee is based on those ratios, and then the council might deem that additional demand is being created and will be looking to charge a financial contribution on top of that development contribution to cater for this additional demand, my significant concern is that the development contribution rate has been overstated, and therefore the amount that will be charged on top of that for a financial contribution is liable to be overstated again, in addition to the initial overstatement. And to my mind, that's not that doesn't result in a fair or equitable distribution of costs.
Well, the first thing we have to understand is we're not reviewing the DC policy, thank goodness, on top of everything else, and that would be tricky to do anyway. I know how there's quite a few policy judgments in formulating a DC policy, and they're somewhat immune from attack except by judicial review, which is difficult.
I agree with that, sir.
I'm
sorry.
But I'm not sure that you can draw that facsimile that the proportions that are applied in the DC policy will be applied in the FC policy, because the great virtue for a developer of the fact that some impact fees are addressed in the FCs is that you can appeal them. So if you had an argument, well, they've applied a 30% to these the infrastructure that we haven't addressed, and we say it's too high, you can actually demonstrate that in the Environment Court. And if you succeed in the Environment Court, then you've got a tailwind to say, see the DC policy. So they've actually given you an avenue to actually make the argument that you may not have been so easily able to make under the DC policy. So I don't see, I mean, unless the actual FCs are fixed, and it sounds to me like this FC is about additional infrastructure which is not accommodated by the DC policy, then you've got all the mechanisms to challenge those concerns through the RMA process.
Yeah,
I mean, so that's kind of partly the issue, that in order to get an outcome, you know, based on the current regime that council's promoting, you probably will need to go to the Environment Court, because there's absolutely no certainty about how to determine the amount of contribution that's required on any case. So it essentially is done on a case-by-case basis, with the council having the a very wide discretion to essentially determine that amount at your project. And if you say it's a double dip, or it's more than your demand, or it should be shared more equally among others, that's something you're going to have to take to the Environment Court. And that can't be an efficient and effective regime in terms of Section 32, because it will essentially slow down the provision of intensification. If you appeal, you cannot implement your resource consent, which means essentially that instead of getting a consent within the 6 to 9 months or whatever it took through the council process, you've got another 6 to 9 months or possibly longer to get through the Environment Court as well. So that is part of the problem, is that the efficiency and effectiveness of this regime falls down because you're essentially setting it up, it's set up for debate and interpretation challenge. So the right approach, and this is the alternative, I suppose, from the industry's point of view, is for the council to go back to the Local Government Act and go through the appropriate processes to develop a financial contribution policy, which it hasn't done to date, and look at the provision of infrastructure across the district, including the new intensification that's enabled through this new regime, and work out how to distribute that, what they need to spend on infrastructure, and then how to distribute that among the community, and then make a decision about whether that should be in a DC policy or a financial contribution or policy, or both. But until it's done that work, it hasn't satisfied the basic requirements in terms of producing a policy, and has put in place a regime which will be very difficult to implement.
Well, the ISP allows them to make provision for financial contributions. Presumably, the mischief that is there that Parliament has provided for, well, is if you've suddenly accommodated all this growth, and then there is this infrastructure that you couldn't have anticipated under your DC policy, that you somehow then need to catch that up.
I think the intent in my submission is to ensure that permitted activities can be charged financial contributions, because there has been a fair bit of debate about that question in the cases over time, and the intention which flows from the Cabinet minutes and the Select Committee report is clearly focused on ensuring that there is a statutory power to impose financial contributions on permitted activities. That is actually not the regime that the council here is promoting. This regime does not seek to charge permitted activities, and that's part of the point Mr. Akehurst made about fairness and equity, is that a whole lot of intensification is essentially being enabled and will only pay whatever the relevant DC development contribution policy charge is, rather than all of this extra cost, which might be lumped onto the multi-unit developments like retirement villages, because this regime only applies to activities which require a consent.
So if I was to summarise your position, would this be a fair description of it? If the council is seeking to recover the cost of, say, the stormwater network growth component, and it's principally doing it through the LGA on the accepted methodology approach of cost of growth assessed through methodology. Two problems arise by this sort of FC regime. The first is it's very hard in a transparency point of view to interrogate whether an FC for that additional stormwater pipe is factored into the existing DC or is in fact a non-contemplated. In other words, it's very hard to see, and it may actually be difficult for even the council to ascertain what additional infrastructure is beyond what is in the DC policy, and there's a transparency issue.
Yeah.
And secondly, the way in which the FC is framed lacks the sort of impact fee type transparency that the LGA is quite clearly aiming at. And those are things that are relevant to the assessment of the efficiency and effectiveness of the regime that's been proposed. Is that the essence of it?
Yeah, that is the essence of it, sir. I mean, when you get a chance to read the full detail of the rule and how it all stitches together, you'll start to see, I guess, the degree of uncertainty with, and the level of discretion, and I suppose the reality of where that's going to take the consenting process. I think it's just on that point about the permitted activity folk getting a somewhat different approach because they only pay the DC policy. That overlap with the FC policy, if the multi-unit developer comes along and it also pays its DC, and the council says, oh, by the way, all of the infrastructure capacity has been taken up by permitted activities, and therefore you've now got to pay some extra money to get some capacity, then that again starts to create an unfairness. So you're getting a situation where the regime enables a perverse outcome, and that, I think, from a legal point of view, is important to reflect on, that essentially you're setting up a regime to not only be uncertain and highly likely to be in litigation, but actually enable a perverse outcome, because it will essentially start treating people doing the same thing and having the same impact on infrastructure differently.
Yeah. Well, philosophically, I'm in favour of economic efficiency and transparency when it comes to impact fees. At the same time, we also have to be alive to the reality that councils, the amount of jobs that council are being given in light of these so-called crises, is a very large job, and we've got to give them reasonable scope to manage all of those balls. So those are the two things that I guess I'm conscious of.
And that's certainly appreciated, that the timing is not great for anyone involved in this process. But there is, well, first of all, the horse is bolted on the permitted activities because you can do those now. So the council really needs to be looking at its DC policy right now, or already, to try and shore up that gap, because that is currently an issue which is no doubt playing out in terms of the development out there in the community. And it's interesting that they haven't adopted what the legislation intended, which was to apply this regime to all of these permitted activities, because that would have been the obvious choice to try and shore up that gap. But instead, it's fallen on the multi-unit ones, which actually don't have that permitted context yet.
And that's something we could do out of scope.
Well, that's right. Well, they can take the time in relation to those multi-unit ones to get that DC policy updated and get that and work that through.
If there's a gap there, we may need to fill it.
It's not, and there's quite a variety of approach on this. I mean, there's only a handful of councils out of all of the tier ones that have tried to include new financial contribution policies. And I suspect other councils have run into this procedural issue in terms of how they fit in with the Local Government Act requirements for producing financial contribution policies, and decided they need to do that more comprehensively. That's just an assumption, but if you follow the process in Section 106 of the Local Government Act, you've really got to do a much more comprehensive job before you can issue a policy. Whereas, Kapiti's jumped a few steps, no doubt for expedient reasons, but that certainly doesn't make it right.
Most councils have embraced the LGA process simply because it gives them a higher level of policy discretion than perhaps would exist through creating it in the plan.
Yes, although the LGA, helpfully for like developers, has a very rigorous process and a bunch of principles and requirements that have to be met when developing development contribution policies. Financial contribution policies are relatively light in that regard, because they have a Section 106 in that broader context, which has got some, procedure, but then you rely largely on the RMA plan making tests.
Yeah, I understand that, and I do understand the economic efficiency point. And some councils, I've even encountered a situation where people have presented a so-called voluntary development agreement as the price for connection, which is not a great place to be. So I understand the desire for certainty, but I'll need to talk to Mr. Banks about this and get into that, because we've been looking at other things focused on that, but I understand the points.
Well, thank you, sir.
All right, so you've got some homework to do. We've got some morning tea to take. And we're very grateful for you coming along and explaining the needs of older people and the transformative effect that's going to have on the New Zealand urban landscape and so forth, which has been very interesting. And we're very grateful for people like Mr. Brown and Ms. Owens and Professor Kerse giving us that wider context, because it is really that context that underpins the argument that you're making. So it was very interesting reading, particularly for me, because I've never consented a retirement village in my life, so I don't know much about them, but yeah. All right.
In terms of the homework, I understand your time constraints. When would you like us to respond?
Well, probably sooner rather than later, which probably would mean by Friday afternoon. But if that's not possible, then we're doing site visits, I think, on Tuesday. It just truncates. The sooner the better, really. I mean, it's that sort of time frame.
Okay, well, we'll certainly try and do that. We do have another evidence exchange for another tier one IPI today, and a couple of other things to get done. But I think we'll try and aim for the close of business Friday, and we'll let you know if we might need an extra day if things haven't quite got there.
Yeah, that's fine, and I'll be relaxed about that.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, and we'll go and have our cup of tea. and return and talk to you if we need to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're returning to hear submissions from Leigh, Shona, Milsom, and Kirsty and Steve Doyle. Kirsty, I think I know you. I thought you was coming. Are you three might have been bring you together and sit together, or are you happy with that? Yep, that's great. So we're at the panel. My name is John Mason, Jane Black, and Kapiti. And so we're appointed to hear submissions, and we've read submissions and so forth. So we're here to listen and understand what you want to convey to us at this time.
Should I go first? I'd just begin to acknowledge the committee for listening to us, and ngā mihi for the opportunity to have this kōrero with you. My name is Leigh, and I live at, or we live at 98 Rahui Road.
What's the name of the road?
Rahui? Oh, Rahui, that's right. I was always taught not to start a speech with an apology. However, I haven't spoken in an environment like this before, so excuse me if I do misspeak. I speak from the heart of our community and the heart of our whenua. I'm speaking as a kaitiaki of our land that would be destroyed by the late submission. The rationale for the late submission to rezone our properties from rural production to residential, general residential, I think it was. The rationale for this late submission was it makes no sense for our blocks to remain rural zone and propose that they be rezoned general residential. The late submission makes reference to the Otaki Māori racecourse and county road development. Residents have serious concerns regarding what we refer to as the ghetto type housing, which appears to be planned for the racecourse. The chaos we will have to endure on our rural road whilst this is being built, not to mention the loss of the natural water filtration and absorption created by this land. Our roading is just getting back to normality after all the extended road closures due to the expressway construction. However, we are here today to speak to land that we actually own. I've spoken to 6 of the 8 owners of this land, of these blocks. All 6 are opposed to subdividing and the impact that such a zoning change would have on our environment and our neighbourhood. I'm sure you have read my submission, so I will just note a couple of points. The impact on this environment if this land is changed to general residential, the effect it will have on the native and natural environment, the natural water saturation and the onflow of the loss of this natural filter system to surrounding properties. Our properties are noted on council plans as ponding. Our properties regularly flood during an ordinary winter, let alone the weather bombs that we've been experiencing. And apparently we can expect more adverse wet weather. You're welcome to come to our place today as well after that weather bomb yesterday. Our land is already quite saturated, even though Shona and I have just recently paid for our ditches to be cleaned, which run northwest. I'm hoping that will help ponding, but we have severe ponding already on the back of all our blocks. The council dictates based on ponding where we can and cannot build on our blocks. Which and also the effect it will have on the historical Mangapōuri stream, which I understand is an ongoing research historical project. Landowners are responsible to ensure drains on our properties are kept clear of weeds to allow water flow. In the last couple of months, Shona and I have personally paid to have our drains cleared. However, we have recently heard that the council is clearing the drains on the furthest west property of this green pocket. I haven't had confirmation of that yet. However, if it is true, then we would want to know why. And I've just made a note, the council document, Rural Production Zone Operative 11/08/22. Focus on production. The continued use of rural zone for these activities is important for the ongoing health, social and economic well-being of our district communities. One concern I do have is that this submission was put in by one of 8 landowners. And we, the landowners, weren't notified. We just happened to see it on Facebook, which is a grave concern and did cause anxiety to quite a few of our neighbours. I will simply finish by saying it makes no sense to rezone these rural production blocks to general residential, and considering how many green pockets we have already lost in Ōtaki to developers, and we know history tells us that they're only interested in the financial bottom line, not the good of community. And in fact, it makes sense to keep what little green pockets we have left and ensure we preserve for future generations. Ngā mihi nui for listening to me.
I understand the council planners have said that submission, that request for rezoning is actually out of scope.
Sorry?
So in the that's correct, isn't it? So in the council planners in their report on all of the submissions that they've written, and they've written about, they've actually said that submission is out of scope of this plan change. Right. So it's not. They've said it's not something that we need to consider. Yeah. So it's not. They've said it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit with the way this plan change is shaped. So it's not. They've just said, well, it doesn't meet the tests that need to be got through. So it's out of scope.
Which means that it's not going to happen.
We have to yet make a decision, but that's a likely outcome.
Wow. That's just
what's the plan for Ōtaki racecourse?
Well, apparently, I mean, there's rumours abound that originally it was going to be retirement at one at the end of it. I think there's about 10 acres being sold. But what we've heard and seen is that there's these, we tentatively call them the Portacom homes, are being built at a yard in Ōtaki and then stored in Riverbank Road with the view that resource has already gone ahead and that they're just going to be then put onto that land on the west of the race course, which has been sold. And we have major concerns because they're not affordable houses in amongst other homes. They're actually just what we call it the ghetto. But
so when you say the west, what part do you mean?
It's we've got
Chiroto Road.
It's down Chiroto Road, and it is all the way around the race course, including where the trainers now go at the end. And I think the plan was for 500 homes or houses to go there.
So it's not the race course itself?
Yes.
Oh, it's the whole, so it's all of that land.
It's all that land around the track.
It's the pocket really, wasn't it? On Round Road, Road. There's a pocket of land on the corner.
Yeah, if it would help the town. If you look at the original submission,
yes,
they've got a whole bunch of plans in there for what they're proposing for the race course site.
On the submission.
Yeah, the original.
03.
31.
031. They don't file any of those.
No, they're not. They're not. So they've obviously accepted your.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So is that sort of in the system to be going ahead, that race course development?
I just can't recall what they asked for. They asked for a general residential zoning, and that request was treated as out of scope. So, Mr. Banks is the consultant planner for the council, and the plan change is to implement what we call a medium density residential standards, in which certain rezonings could be considered, but there's a complicated legal test about how that would work. And the current view is that the rezonings on the eastern side of the expressway are out of scope, so that we're not, the council's view is we should not be dealing with that.
And so if the council's view is that you won't be dealing with it, does that mean that that there's a small chart that it's unlikely that it would be going ahead?
I can't foreclose that because there might be other people that argue otherwise and we have to make a decision. But what you're aiming to persuade us is that this isn't a suitable area for residential growth.
Yes.
And at the moment we aren't slated to hear any evidence to the contrary. And the council take the view that it's not even something we should be doing. So I guess if the council gets its way, that doesn't bring the topic to an end forever, because if housing demand continues and this land is quite situated on significant infrastructure, then that may be revisited. But at the moment, they're saying this is not the topic. No.
Could I just clarify for the benefit of the submitting panel? Our understanding is that the race that there's no decision yet made. That's a resource consent process. So
What does that mean for the submitters?
well,
Is it that's with a fast track? Is it?
I don't know exactly what that means for the submitters. From the purpose of this process, it's out of scope in terms of consideration for residential zone, but in terms of other processes that are happening in relation to that site, it's under consideration for a separate process.
So there is a fast track process going on. But I don't know anything about it.
One of the things that the plan change is looking to introduce is Kapiti. Interesting that you refer to your venue as that Paekākāriki. That was before all this, right? I mean, the word Paekākāriki you're using here is just a generic term.
For our whenua, we call it our Paekākāriki. Definitely.
But it's not a Paekākāriki in terms of the sort of processes.
I'm not sure what the council, the processes used.
I'm assuming.
But yeah, no, definitely our land, our whenua is our Paekākāriki, our whānau. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, so do either of you, in light of all of that?
I think Leigh's covered it with them.
Yeah, well, I'm familiar with the area because I do have a batch at the beach.
Nice.
So I do know that area. And it's just a lifestyle pattern on the lower terrace, isn't it?
I went to the race course for the first time the other day, just to have a look. And that friend I was with was trying to get me to become a member. I said, I can't see one. I live right in Wellington. And then this is Wayne. I looked up and be a member and keeps telling me, you've got to come out here with the oldest racing club. He makes it sound like the world.
Well, it is. It's the only Māori-owned racing club in the world. It is. I would just ask one other thing, that one real concern that we had when this issue was raised, that 1 out of 8, there's 8 blocks that we're talking about. And so the gentleman that owns the eastern block was able to put the submission in and cause anxiety for all of us. And the only reason that we found out about the late submission was because Shona stumbled on it on Facebook.
It came up on I'm a friend of the district council, and it came up on my feed, and I just looked at it and I thought, what's this? And I just by chance happened to click on the maps and saw that it involved our blocks. Up until then, we didn't know. So if I hadn't have seen it, what would have happened?
Well, that's a good point. And that's part of the reason why Mr. Banks has been conservative about what he recommends to be rezoned through this process, because it's not, if this rezoning would normally happen for a normal Schedule 1 process, you would absolutely know, because the council would first of all consult with you. There'd be experts looking at the area and saying what are its opportunities and constraints. And then you'd be notified of the plan change. So while the problem that this plan change is trying to solve is lack of housing supply, principally in existing zones, there are opportunities for rezoning, but we have to be alive to the exact point you're making. If there are landowners that don't know about it, that we have to be careful and not cause unfairness. And so that's exactly one of the reasons why they have said it's out of scope, because it's not fair.
No, I think we got more than about 20 minutes than we thought we were going to. But no, Maggie, from us to you, and thank you very much for the opportunity to listen, and also when I went outside the scope of with my words as well. But,
That's fine. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so KiwiRail second bite of the cherry. I actually haven't read that material, unfortunately. It came at a point where I couldn't get to it. Yeah, so they've had some additional material.
I just raise a question following that. Given that it was out of scope, I suppose a layman would have expected it to be notified back in some way, and it's out of scope, so that the rest of them use it well, and we would what happened here. Is that how the process works?
I totally acknowledge that this has caused anxiety for those further submitters, and this is the I think this is actually a fine example of the scope test at work, because the issue here is the council wasn't a proponent for rezoning the site. A submitter has sought it be rezoned through a submission on the plan change. There's no requirement for the council to then go and work out who all the affected parties might be with that submission and then notify those people. What the council did do, trying to be helpful, was to prepare this series of maps with the red lines that you've been referring to a number of times. We prepared those and put them up on the website, and there was some comms around that as well, in an attempt to flag to the community generally that there were a number of submitters who had sought additional rezones as part of PC2. The council wasn't obliged to do that under statute, but we thought that was an appropriate thing to do. And it sounds like it may have been of some use in this instance. Yes, I acknowledge the anxiety that this situation may have caused, but at the same time, this is exactly why that second test of the scope test is so important.
I mean, on the other hand, I mean, at least it exposed them to the inner workings, I guess, of the water system.
Yeah.
So they're grateful for that. I'm just trying to find Right, so we now have KiwiRail back again, and we're not right. So yeah. Ms. Gunnell, are you there?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to present on the updated provisions. So I think we heard you say that you hadn't had a chance to look at them in any detail. No. So whether it's best for Ms. Heppelthwaite to take you through the changes we've proposed.
Yes. So following your presentation, Mr. Banks of the council said that he had no reason to doubt the 40 should go to 100 for the noise standard. So that's successful.
Fantastic.
The second point he made was, and it's something that occurred to us, that there would be a setback in any event from the boundary operating under the usual standards. And funnily enough, the way the standard works, it is sensitive to height. And there appeared to be in that diagram a functional relationship between width and height. And so the question we have is for Ms. Heppelthwaite is why that boundary to height to boundary standard wouldn't work in terms of the requirements of KiwiRail, which would, I guess, lead to a point that if that standard was breached, KiwiRail would be notified. Now, that seemed to me to be quite a rational assessment. It'd be interesting, first of all, before Ms. Heppelthwaite goes into the provisions that she's identified, to respond to that.
And just to clarify, sir, the understanding is the current, so not the MDRS provisions, but the current provisions in the plan provide a height in relation to boundary sort of width height ratio that would address KiwiRail's concern and result in notification to KiwiRail if that was breached.
No, it wouldn't. Yeah, the MDRS sets it. As I understand it, the MDRS replaces the plans.
Yes, yeah, that was my understanding.
So what I would like is a discussion, because if there is a height in relation to boundary, that when you get to 12 meters, you're up to 5 meters width anyway. Why isn't this mechanism sufficient to meet your concerns? Is my question. So the question is, does it operate? And if it does operate, why is it not sufficient?
Good morning, panel. If I may assist with that, there are 4 different height to boundary provisions which apply, and right now I am busily trying to do some little diagrams to check the implications of that. I would prefer a little more time. I cannot find the necessary tools to do the work to check the height to boundary and give you a firm answer. I could have that to you by the end of the day, however.
Okay, that's fine. We can come back to you on that. But if the height to relation to boundary works, then the problem is solved, isn't it? If it sort of more or less gets you to the 5 metres at 12 metres high.
Yes, potentially that could be a reasonable solution. I would also like to review the notification provisions with regard to whether or not notification is precluded, or if there are any limitations on that, or if just a standard notification tests apply.
So you would recommend that if there are notification provisions are modified by the MDRS, that you would insert one that replaces that in relation to land that adjoins a corridor.
That is one potential outcome, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I feel like that is a technical planning exercise that the planners can work on. It might be useful, though, for you to briefly describe your regime that you came up with, Ms. Heppelthwaite.
You've certainly said, do you have my supplementary statement in front of you all?
Yep.
Yep.
Right, I'll just briefly run through. Paragraph 1 is just the introduction, confirming qualifications and code of conduct compliance. It also sets out at paragraph 1.3 the 3 items which we understood the panel wished to cover off. That is the further refinement of a 5 metre setback. And you may recall asking KiwiRail to consider whether there was scope for a reduced setback where the approval of KiwiRail has been provided. And we have accommodated that, as I'll explain further. Also asked if we could consider whether there was a need to change for policy, which I have assessed from the 4 zones, and only the general residential, in my opinion, would need some form of amendment. And also some more detailed commentary we received at the last hearing regarding the actual wording of the relief sought by KiwiRail, which I have considered further, which is also included going back to check the operative plan and the structure and nature of rules there, used there. So moving to section 2, that just summarises at 2.0 the changes, which, the basis of the changes. So we have provided specific changes to respond to those things, which I've just outlined. That's effectively what items A to D cover off, and paragraphs 2.1 to 2.3 just describe that I have included for the panel's consideration a provision which pretty much says if KiwiRail's written approval is provided, the yard setback can be reduced to 3 metres by way of permitted activity. So that's reflected in the updates. Paragraph 3.0 deals with the metropolitan, town centre and local centre assessment of the existing objective and policy framework. 3.0 says, in my opinion, that the existing objective framework is sound and supports a setback provision. And if you go to 3.2, the policies, which I've listed there, policy 8 for metro centre, policy 6 for town centre, and 6 again for local centre, again, in my opinion, forms sufficient basis to support a setback provision. So, as noted earlier, I don't consider that there needs to be changes to the objective or policy framework to support setback for the three town centre zones. At 3.4, I move on to the general residential zone and considering the same question. The objective framework outlined at paragraph 3.4 confirms that the objective structure is the same as for the town centre zones, and for the same reasons I think that that is suitable to support a setback provision. I then have a closer look at the detail of the residential policy framework, and I've looked at, that should say policy 8, not rule 8 in the first line there at 3.5. It is helpful and it talks about managing reverse sensitivity, but it is limited to industrial or intensive rural activities. So I don't think it applies to transport network. So I've just really included that to let you know I've thought about that because that's quite a topical point. Policy 10 I had in my primary statement already indicated that I supported some changes to that put forward, if I recall correctly, by the oil companies. So I haven't proposed to amend that, but I have considered that in my overall thoughts. Then move to paragraph 3.7, where I have suggested that additional policy support could benefit. And I've had a look at the existing policy structure and noted that there was a range of policies, some of which refer specifically or support specific development standards. In particular, as an example, policy 12 refers to the landscaping requirements and supports that particular standard. And when I look through other policies, policy 19 is an example where the policy is structured where it gives principles which almost function like assessment criteria, which is not an uncommon approach in policy structure. So following there in the underlying text, you'll see I have suggested a policy which relates specifically to the rail designation setback. There's some wording there for your consideration. That's included, all the suggested amendments I've made are included in an updated attachment 1, which I'll get to momentarily and just guide you through how the colours will work. And this is one of those inclusions. Moving on to the noise and vibration provisions, as mentioned, I went back to the operative plan and looked at the structure and wording of those provisions. I've also reviewed the vibration provisions and looked to alter those so that they are more streamlined and still achieve it, the same outcome, but just a bit more direct in how they get there. So if I scroll further down, there is an attachment 1. The black text is a section 42A report authors provisions with all the changes adopted. The red text is directly from my attachment 1 from my primary evidence. The blue text is additions which I have proposed in this supplementary statement. For example, you'll see there at the top, we've got policy 10. The red text is per my primary statement, and I've noted earlier that I don't seek any changes for that. The new policy, called it policy 12A, and suggested it sit at 12A because it's right next to the other standard-based policies, is in blue text. Now, the structure for the new permitted activity rule there, you can see in the bottom of page 6, simply inserted a new line in the table and followed the format of the plan. And then further down below that, there is some black text which gives an exemption. And on the top of page 7, you'll see a blue text, which is an additional exemption, which is the 3 metres yard can apply where KiwiRail's approval is noted. And you'll see there I've struck through the red text. That just updates my primary evidence for attachment A, just so that there's transparency so you can see what's altered. And similarly, you can see there's a new matter of discretion under GRZ Rule 5. So the structure of that is largely repeated through for the town centre zones. So if we just move a bit further down the page, I'll just pick one of the examples because all 3 are the same. Under Rule 7 for MCZ, we have 2 new permitted activity rules. The first one requires 16A is a 5 metre setback, and 16B is a permitted rule that says that can reduce to 3 metres with the approval of the KiwiRail planning manager. And just moving to the next rule further down, there is a matter of matter of discretion, which applies only to 16A or 16B infringements. So endeavoured to make that a very limited matter of discretion, so in the future it's clear it would only apply where those particular rules are breached and wouldn't apply to any other type of infringement. So just rolling down through TCZ and the LC, they are exactly the same, only with updated number provisions. Top of page 8, I have made amendments to the noise rules, which have sought to clarify things such as reference to the rail designation boundary versus rail network or boundary of the corridor or words like that, and have also updated, updated the matters of discretion and made those also a lot more streamlined, which is in line with the operative plan and plan change 2, which have very succinct matters of discretion. Are there any questions at this stage? Because there is one other item which isn't written there that I would just like to point out, but I will come back to that.
No,
just a quick question. I'm interested in the basis by which you decided 3 meters instead of 5. What's the basis for that?
We had some discussions with Mr. Brown on that and decided that there was some flexibility, but it was something that KiwiRail would want to consider on a case-by-case basis. Mike, did you want to talk to that any further?
Just interested, why not 3.5 or 2.5? Why 3?
Thank you, panel. Thanks, Kath. Look, there's I mean, it's actually a really good question. Why 3 meters and not 2.5 meters and not 5 meters? The reality here is we want some comfort that property developers, property owners have actually considered their requirements going through there, and we've previously through other areas around the country landed on that 3 meter line for other practical reasons, such as the use of mobile equipment, so mobile scissor lifts, and the ability for them to get around the back of buildings, and also create safety and safe passage around those pieces of equipment. So that's sort of why not much less than 3 meters, and it's but that's sort of where we sit at an absolute minimum for developers who have considered ways of actually being able to avoid using scaffolding, principally.
So 3 meters allows for mechanical equipment.
Correct.
Yeah. But that's a minimum.
Correct. Yes. I mean, there are some very narrow pieces of kit, but they're not necessarily available everywhere. And we've found that they're not particularly common.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. If I may, panel, I noticed this morning on rereading this prior to appearing that there was a minor error on page 9. It's on the top of the box there under the indoor rail vibration provision. And in my enthusiasm to remove some requirements and make this more streamlined, I still have the words in the 3rd line down under numeral 1, must either. And I have Roman numeral A, be designed and constructed ... It should actually just be must be designed. So the numbering A can be removed and it just needs to be designed in accordance with the specification in A. So that's a typographical type scenario and doesn't actually change the intent of the rule. So rule 1 will just say new buildings within 60 metres need to be designed in accordance with the 0.3 millimetres per second, full stop. And then subclause 2 would be compliance is confirmed by a report from a suitably qualified person. So I can
remove either.
Yes.
Remove the subparagraph and remove the or and replace with a full stop.
Absolutely correct, sir. And thank you for your patience in that regard.
And all right, so that cascade makes sense. But I would like you to have that, go through that thinking process and come back to us. But on the vibration rule, which won't be affected by your reflection, looking at the standard, first of all, and this is probably Dr. Chiles, it describes, as I understand it, and it's been a while since I did physics, 0.3 millimeters per second is an acceleration rate.
It's a velocity rate.
Velocity.
Millimeters per second squared would be an acceleration.
Okay, so it's a velocity, and it's VW is a description of VW95 is a description of the statistical likelihood of that number, or is it that it's a statistical value?
Yes, yeah. So the V is velocity. The W is a frequency weighting. So we're quite familiar with frequencies and noise, but you get the same thing in vibration where we're sensitive to vibration occurring at different frequencies, and there's an international standard that sets a weighting so that certain frequencies contribute to the level more so than others. So V's velocity, W's weighting, and the 95 is the statistic, the percentile level. It's the statistical maximum. So 95% of events would be below that level.
And I understand the standard only addresses measurement. It doesn't address sort of desired levels. How have you derived that level?
The standard does include exposure responses and criteria. Do you have the standard in front of you that was sent through? So if you turn to page 9, section 5, top of page 9.
Yeah. So
that gives, they're the classes where it gives limit values. And if you go into annex, let's make sure I get the right one. Apologise, I'm Annex E. And so that gives you exposure effect curves where they're looking at how people respond to different values of vibration. There was a previous version of the standard was more explicit, that it said when it's a new building you should go for this class or that class. This version of the standard has stepped back from that, but it does still include the corresponding effects.
So the VW95 is characterized as what level of effect?
So it's we're 20% of, so the 0.3 VW95 is where I think it's 20% of people would be highly or moderately annoyed by vibration.
And what would say 50% be?
I'm just doing this on the fly. So that would take it up to over 1, so it'd be 10 VW95 of 10 or so.
And why have you selected, say, 20% as opposed to 50%?
So I've been guided by the recommendations as to what's an appropriate value for a new house. It's for noise, it's quite a common approach. So on noise, there's always been graphs of exposure response, how many people are annoyed by or respond to a particular noise stimulus, and you can never get to complete protection. And you tend to find that 10–20%, you can have a practical criterion which protects the majority of the population, but because of the spread of responses in the population, you can never get to the end. So
does this make a recommendation? Does this standard make a recommendation?
It doesn't make so the previous version did. It does, there is guidance. I'll find there's guidance that points towards that as the appropriate value. But it doesn't make a firm, this has got to be the class you use.
It covers both new and existing. If you were doing an addition to an existing house, the occupants will be familiar with vibration because they'll be living there. Let's say they add a room. Suddenly they have to get a report to demonstrate that the room will perform, but they know perfectly well what living next to a railway does. And presumably they're adding the room with that knowledge.
So the effects across, so all of noise and vibration effects are done on a community basis. So you don't, there's a spread of responses and you don't predict exactly what happens to each individual person. But at that exposure level, the effect will be occurring in the existing building. It's just not practicable to go around hundreds, thousands of houses and deal with that existing effect. When you're making the alteration, you've simply got the opportunity at that point in time to address that effect that's occurring.
But this is addressing an amenity issue, not a health issue.
No, it's a health issue.
It's a health issue.
In terms of all of the noise literature and so forth, we refer to the World Health Organization, and I can't remember the wording, but the definition of health by the World Health Organization is it's well-being in a broader sense, and it very explicitly includes annoyance as being a component of health.
We have to make any adjustments to the plan and evaluate them under section 32 and 32A, which is a regulatory impact analysis provision. Make sure that whatever we do is proportionate and appropriate. Let's say a house on the within the 60 meters is an existing light timber frame building. What would be the difference if you added a bedroom in cost between per square meter based on achieving the standard or not achieving the standard?
So it's how long is a piece of string question because of the variables site by site, but it will be between 0 and 10% as a ballpark will be the difference.
So we're roughly adding 10% additional cost.
Between 0% and 10%, depending on the
roughly
site and the building, yes.
Yeah. And that's based on your experience?
Yes. In terms of the cost of isolating buildings from vibration, yes.
Yeah. So what does that isolation look? Is that found in the foundations?
Yes, it is. Most commonly or most effectively, it's at the foundation level.
Yeah. So we're not talking about the base isolators that are under the House of Representatives. We're talking about somewhat more simple engineering. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, so the in New Zealand, the earthquake isolation is much more common and well understood. And in terms of the structural design and so forth, a vibration isolator and an earthquake isolator, there's an awful lot of similarities there, and the springs under Te Papa would serve as vibration isolators as well as earthquake isolators. But for railway vibration, you can usually use a closed cell foam system rather than having to have helical steel springs. But there's
it's what?
A vibration isolate, for a route, you can often use a closed cell foam, like a foam matting, rather than a helical steel spring. So under Te Papa, it's steel springs. But it's very specific to the structural design and the vibration on that site. So there's a process. But where buildings are isolated for rail, it tends not to be on the steel springs.
So are these steel springs very expensive for like residential buildings, like say 3 or 4 story buildings?
The vibration isolator itself, there's a cost, and I don't know those off the top of my head, but that's not the big issue. The big issue for vibration isolation is the structural costs to house that bearing. So you have to modify the building design so that you can fit that bearing in the system, the same as the sort of earthquake examples we're referring to.
So, and that's still roughly in the 10% range?
That's always, so I'm not a quantity surveyor, and I don't, but when I've worked on buildings, that's always been the rule of thumb figure for where you do need to base isolate, then that's the range.
And is this vibration standard applied anywhere else around the country?
Yes, I'll have to find the examples. You'll be familiar with the freight hub in Palmerston North, and it's the same vibration standard that was being applied the other way when KiwiRail was putting down new tracks, and it might have affected surrounding houses with vibration. So it's the it's the same criterion that's.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about standards that are applied in plans.
Yes,
for
yeah.
new buildings.
It is in some. I will have to. I don't have the references.
Yeah. All right. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
That's fine. Thank you. All right. So another piece of homework, and we'll hear back from you. But that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So just confirming, we'll come back to you with Ms. Heppelthwaite's thoughts on the height in relation to boundary and how that might achieve the setback matter. And then we'll also come back with you on references to vibration provisions included in other plans in a similar way.
Yeah, that'd be really useful. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for your time.
Great. Have a great day.
Yes.
Right. Now we have Roos. Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
We're the panel. My name's John Marston, going back to our review submission.
Thank you. I'm here representing Low Carbon Kapiti, which is a grassroots community advocacy group pushing for effective solutions to the climate crisis. We're here speaking in support of the Cancer Society's submission and would like to putting our focus on the value of green spaces and urban trees and making our communities livable in a climate changed future. So in general terms, we support intensification, but obviously it must be done right. Otherwise, there will be negative outcomes. Often things sound like good ideas, and they obviously do have positive aspects to them, but if they're not done right, then it can go horribly wrong. And you can list off a dozen examples, but a really obvious one is, I don't know, pine plantations on the east coast in response to cutting down all of native trees. Well, let's put in some other trees, and clearly not thought through properly in terms of things like harvest and storm events. But it sounds good in theory. In practice, can go horribly wrong, and intensification could have the same sort of consequences if not done right. So obviously we, like I say, support the Cancer Society's submission and what they've been saying about the importance of urban trees, but would like to draw attention to a newer report by the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment on this very topic, green spaces, that just came out a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure if you've seen it or read it yet, so I'll give a quick précis of what it says, and I can provide a summary document as well if that would be helpful. Basically, what the report says is that infill townhouse development is playing out in our towns and cities at the moment, and that's coming at the expense of urban green space and the environmental services it provides. And then once those spaces are gone, they're gone for good. They can't really be regained, those losses. So obviously the benefits from urban green space, recreation, amenity, but in terms of environmental services, we're talking about temperature regulation, carbon sequestration, flood mitigation, erosion control, food provision in some cases, air and water filtration, and habitat for biodiversity. So extremely broad range of environmental benefits, which obviously benefits the people living in those areas too, to have access to those sorts of spaces and an improved living environment. Green spaces act like giant sponges. Tree cover can effectively prevent about 1/3 of the runoff that would otherwise happen if it wasn't there in extreme rainfall events, 1/3, and we've had dramatic examples of that already this year in Auckland, as you would have seen in the news. Some brand new housing developments completely underwater, and other ones which were not, in part due to the care that had been taken around designing their flood control and green spaces. And not all green spaces created equal, as this report points out. Yes, grass is green space, but and obviously that's better than asphalt. But we're talking trees and wetlands to really get the big benefits in terms of all of those things I mentioned before. There's a very nice graphic and picture in the report here. This is a infrared camera picture of downtown Wellington, I think somewhere around Grey Street or in the vicinity of Lambton Quay on a summer's day. And underneath the pavement, under the trees, 20 degrees, the pavement not in the shade, 47 degrees. So it makes a massive difference to the livability of those spaces. And we can look across the Tasman to Australia. Their climate is coming to us, I'm sorry to say. Hopefully not all the creepy crawlies and snakes as well. But you know, on those really hot days, people just don't go outside. You can't go outside. It's unlivable if there is no shade. So that's what we stand to lose if we don't do this properly. Intensification with by simply, you know, getting rid of all the yards, knocking down a whole bunch of existing houses, and then you're optimizing the layout. Well, it turns out in that process, often trees are in the way of where you want to put the houses, and so the trees go and they don't come back. So they're really, I don't know what stage of the process we're at. It seems a very late stage, but the guidelines to maintain and increase tree cover are critical, clearly, to making sure that our neighbourhoods are livable. Yeah, green space has been declining in our cities before this intensification directive has come through from central government. The decline is mostly due to changes on private land and infill development. As you can see anywhere in aerial photography, we've got more and more hard surfaces and fewer trees. This report from the PCE has some great examples of aerial photography comparing new and historical development in the same suburbs. It looks completely different. And public green space, so council land, for want of a better term, is not compensating for this decline in private green space. So the study of Tier 1 councils, including Hamilton, Tauranga and Hutt City, carried out by the PCE, has found that since 2016, they have provided no more than a few square metres of new parkland per additional residence since 2016. So the growth in those areas is very small. Yeah, because obviously the city boundaries are already defined, the private property is already defined. So where are you going to find new parks unless it's somehow leveraged through subdivision and redevelopment rules? So basically, our recommendations, well, we have concerns in that the medium density residential standard only requires 20% green space, which is significantly lower than existing green space requirements. Yeah, it's a minimum standard below what is actually already occurring with post the 2016 developments. So it's lowering the bar further, and that could be avoided because it doesn't have to be low density infill of 2-story houses. I had the great pleasure of visiting Vienna 6 years ago on a trip to Europe, and it was the most marvelous city I've been to. Like, I was like, okay, these guys have figured it out in terms of how to make a livable city. There was green space everywhere, and the way that they had done that is that they had apartment blocks, sort of 5 or 6 stories, and they all stood apart from each other, and they were surrounded by green space. So rather than having 2 or 3 stories everywhere and no space at all. You build up a bit higher, and then hey presto, you have more amenity space around those buildings. And that's this level of quality I think that we need to aspire to. There needs to be rules. So the rules and incentives. Possibly there could be incentives included to developers with regards to stormwater levies and such like, so that perhaps those levies are lower if they're maintaining urban green space. And there's some examples here. So that example is from Auckland Council, and another is from Christchurch City Council, which is proposed charging developers the proposed charging less when they retain existing. Proposed charging developers who retain existing trees less on their stormwater levies. There's very little apartment style building going in at the moment. Mostly it is medium density, makes up a lion's share, 60%. So really we need to see a shift if we're going to have our urban green spaces retained. I have had a look at the actual Plan Change 2 and the design guides, and there's some wording in there about retaining where possible existing vegetation and minimising impermeable surfaces. Clearly that is it's non-prescriptive, and then creates a massive amount of wiggle room for developers to, what's possible in terms of retaining vegetation. Possible is, developer says it's impossible because they'd like to put a building there and there's a tree there, so therefore the tree's got to go. Is that possible or impossible? Clearly that sort of thing is can be argued ad nauseum. So we would like to see some much clearer rules around maintaining and increasing urban green space, and we see a role for incentives as well. In terms of a guideline, one thing that we've been pushing is the 330-300 rule. Every citizen needs to be able to see 3 decent sized trees from their home. There is 30% tree cover in every neighbourhood, and that it's 300 metres or less of walking distance between every home and a park or green space. That's what we need to aspire to. And as the climate heats up and these extreme weather events come through, we'll be very grateful to be able to retain those spaces. The alternative is everyone hiding inside in air-conditioned bubbles, and then we don't really even have a community anymore or a society if we're not able to go outside, enjoy our whenua and interact with each other. So thank you.
The three was 3 trees can be seen,
from your house.
from and 300 metres walking distance between house and green space.
A public, amenity green space,
I don't have any particular questions other than, I know that a lot of councils are looking at the provision of public space as a result of intensifications, not through district plan rules, but through other initiatives, through the annual plan process. And but aware of the need to be providing more space. There's less and less private space, green space on individual properties.
And it really comes down to the amount of tarmac and the number of roofs essentially. And so if you build up, we've got more people under one roof essentially.
There is a permeable space requirement on the plan, isn't there?
Thank you. That was a very thoughtful presentation, and we appreciate that. There's some wide social good objectives behind what you're talking about, so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Nancy Gunnell, welcome. Welcome. You've been here for a while, so you've heard us being introduced.
I did put a PowerPoint presentation, so I'm not sure if that's possible to put it out.
Fine. Have you got a little?
This thing? No, just on the PowerPoint presentation there. Presentation, thank you. Yes, that's fine, thank you. Thank you. Tihe Mauriora, Kamihi o Kina Mana Whenua o Tēnei Rohe, Ko Tararua na Pai, Manga Eru, Ne Tahu Nākau, Ko Waikanae, Te Awa e Mahia Ne Aku, Ma Harahara, Kamihi Kina Toho o Nehera, o Paraparaumu e Noho Nei O, no America ki te Tonga, o ku Tipuna, ko Nancy Gomez Aho, no Reira, Tena Koto, Tena Tato Katoa. Good afternoon to the panel and everyone taking part in this hearing today. My name is Nancy Gomez and I'm a resident of Paraparaumu Beach. Thank you for the opportunity to explain our submission on proposed plan change 2 intensification. Our submission is in opposition to some proposed building heights, walkable catchments, and KCDC application of policy 3 of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Next slide, please. The section 42 Council Officer Report in Appendix B states that the Council does not accept any of the points raised in submission 160. However, we will focus on points 1 and 2 of the submission 160, requesting the reduction of walkable catchment and reduction of building heights proposed by plan change 2. And I just have included a screenshot from that Appendix B, where it's stated that the points raised in submission 160 are not accepted because they're inconsistent with the National Policy Statement it's a guidance document, inconsistent with the district growth strategy, the Tupu Pai. Next slide, please. And our response to the Council Officer Report is that we do not agree with their statement of not accepting those points in submission 160, because it is up to each local authority to determine the size of walkable catchment appropriate for local circumstances. The guidance document is not intended to be a step-by-step guide to preparing plan changes to give effect to the intensification provisions. Plan changes and outcomes depend on the local context, and local authorities will need to give effect to the intensification provisions in their local context. And this is found on page 6 of the guidance document. For metropolitan areas, the 800-meter catchment mentioned in the guidance document was determined by assuming most people will be happy to walk 10 minutes to access services and amenities. While the 800-meter catchment might be a good starting point, the draw of certain amenities will influence how far people are willing to walk to access them, and is likely to influence the size of a walkable catchment. While walkable catchment of 400 to 800 meters will be suitable for most Tier 1 urban environments, it might be appropriate for larger Tier 1 urban environments to consider greater distances in some circumstances. Again, this is all from page 23 of the guidance document. Therefore, reducing the walkable catchment from the edge of the metropolitan zone from 800 to 400 is in line with the guidance and is consistent with the requirement for the district plan to give effect to policy 3C. Next slide, please. Thank you. The National Policy Statement Guidance document advised local authorities to think of a variety of commercial and community services that serve the needs of the catchment when implementing policy 3D for town center and local center. The guidance document, on page 36 provide an example of neighborhood shops that do not provide a variety of commercial and community services. And I have included a screenshot of page 36 of that guidance document where it's showing a dairy, a hairdresser, and a cafe not providing that range of services. As stated in submission 160, the level of commercial activities in some center zones, such as Messenger, Meadows, and Waikanae Beach, is too low to justify 4-story buildings within a 400 walkable catchment for town center and 200 walkable catchment for local center. Given the existing urban built form of the district, and that the range of services is very limited in some center zones, the reduction of the walkable catchment to 200 meters within town center and 0 meters within local center is warranted. However, if a walkable catchment must be had for local centers area, then 100 meter walkable catchment will be more appropriate. Next slide, please. Thank you. In relation to the submission request to lower building heights to 7-story in the metropolitan center and 5 stories in the town center, the council officer report in Appendix B states that while the amendments to the building heights requested by the submitter are not inconsistent with policy 3, they are inconsistent with the Tupupai, which seeks the building heights up to 12 stories are enabled in the metropolitan center zone, and building heights up to 6 stories are enabled in the town center zone. Having read the Tupupai document, we are not clear how the proposed heights were derived. It would be good to see KCDC survey results and or consultation feedback evidence that inform the proposed height into Tupupai and subsequently in Plan Change 2. Regardless, the requested amended heights as set out in submission 160 are reasonable given the existing urban build form of the district and to give effect to policy 3B. Next slide, please. I would like to bring to the panel's attention a few points for consideration. It is important that any proposed height is sensitive to its surrounding environment and that integrates well into the existing build form of the district, being low density and predominantly 1-story dwellings. The character of the existing built form in areas of Kapiti is documented in the urban perspective and Boffa-Miskel character assessment updates dated June 2022. There is no explanation in Section 32 report or the Tupupai about the choice of building heights in some area of the district. Appropriate investigations of the level of commercial activity and community services in the center zones must be undertaken by KCDC to establish whether the proposed building heights are commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services in the center zones of the district. The very low level of commercial and community activities in local centers do not justify up to 4-story buildings within a 200-meter walkable catchment, and higher intensification of the residential zone around the local centers should be removed. Alternatively, the reduction of the walkable catchment from 200 to 100, and this walkable catchment applicable only to Kena Kena around Ngāti South local centers. High up to 5 stories within town center and up to 4 stories within a 200 walkable catchment from the edge of town center seems more appropriate to achieve effective integration with the existing urban built form and sense of place of the surrounding residential area, whilst giving effect to policy 3D. Taking into consideration the existing urban built form of the district and that policy 3B requires building height of at least 6 stories, proposing up to 12-story high buildings within the metropolitan center doesn't seem to be justifiable. Heights up to 7-story again is more appropriate to achieve efficient integration with the existing urban form and sense of place, while giving effect to policy 3B. It is best to concentrate up to 6-story high buildings closer to the metropolitan zone and to avoid isolated high-rise developments on the other side of Kapiti Expressway that are not compatible and or complementary with the existing urban built form around Mill Drive and around KiwiRail. This concentration could be achieved by the reduction of the walkable catchment to 400 meters. And I have just the one before, please. And I have included a screenshot of one of the Boffa-Miskel spatial plan to illustrate the isolated area or potential isolated area on the other side of Kapiti Expressway and around Mill Drive. I also have illustrated a walking distance from 2 random addresses to services and amenity within the metropolitan area. So for example, if you are 55 Mill Drive, it will be a 1.3 kilometer walk to the aquatic center. And if you live at 94 Kiwi Road, it will be 1.3 kilometer to Park and Save, for example. Next slide, please. We would like to see a revised application of policy 3, the amendment of walkable catchment and building heights proposed by plan change 2 to the one shown in the table, and such further or other consequential amendment as required to give effect to this table. We oppose to all parts of Kāingaora submission that attempts to go beyond the level of intensification proposed by plan change 2, and those parts of submission 122 should be rejected as recommended by the council officer report in appendix B. Hopefully the presentation makes sense. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense, and you put a lot of work into that. So that's important. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. It was really useful. Thank you. And
you.
these are the things.
Yes, I could provide a copy of the presentation, and you will have a copy of my statement as well. Yeah. Yes, you could copy it. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, it's just an elaboration on my evidence.
Yeah. Well, it's very thorough. I have one question. In the comparison between the BF Bottom-Miskel report on walkable catchments or evidence and the guidance that was provided by MFE about the local centre zone and so forth, did the MFE provide, did they describe the existing activity, or did they describe a size of zoned area? And the reason I make that distinction is that built form and current activity are a poor descriptor of the response that local centre zone might make to intensification. So it makes more sense to me that it's a spatial area restriction than one that just says, well, there's just a dairy here at the moment or a bakery.
Yeah, so the guidance documents leave it up to the district council to choose that walkable catchment. Now they mention in between 400 to 800 in certain circumstances, but that should be focused on the variety, the range of commercial and community activities from that local center or town center. But if you have a variety of services there, then you justify doing a catchment of 400 meters because people will be inclined to go there for the needs. But if you have, for example, we have in Messenger Road, one of the local centers is a pub. It's called the Jolly Pub with pocket machines. Doesn't justify intensification. Yeah, no, I
understand that. There are some examples where it's the point is well made. But I just wonder whether why the existing level of activity is the metric or the measure when it could be potentially it will change in response to intensification.
Yeah, that's good. I don't think the guidance document it does mention something about plan, but yeah, that could be it. But given the size of the land, for example, I mentioned the Jolly Pub, but you have Connect Church as well on the other side. Given the size of those precincts, doesn't seem like there would be in the future that variety of services.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
But I could be inferring those. Yeah.
Yeah, I do recall thinking when I did the site visit that was a relatively small level of provision.
Yeah.
So I understand it. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thanks.
To this, and obviously very
Perfect. Thank you for your time, guys. See ya.
All right. Well, that's lunchtime, and so we're going to have some lunch.
Keep on that schedule.
Oh, great. Well, maybe I'll get a walk in.
That was nice.
Right, Mr. Humphries. Okay, so are you John Baldwin? Would you like to come forward and then we can see with you? Bit early. Welcome.
Thank you. So do I have to do anything in this?
Yeah, and so we're the panel here.
Yes.
Have you worked out who we are? John Marks and James Ferrell, Kapiti.
Right.
And we're the panel to hear your submission.
Right. So the gentlemen over there are
council officers.
Really good.
And so is Alfred.
Good. So I'll start?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm a committee member with the local cycle advocacy group called Capital Cycling Action, and we belong to a national group that supports people doing useful things on bikes. We want to see more people on bicycles every day doing normal things like shopping, going to the pub, going to school, going to work, commuting, that sort of thing. So we, I've personally been involved with the club for about 15 years now, and our main obstruction to getting the progress that we'd like to see is the fact that sustainable transport infrastructure has traditionally lagged behind residential development here in Kapiti, and sometimes by decades. And we've found ourselves up in front of the mayor and councillors and the Road Transport Advisory Group and CWV pressing for better facilities, because the no surprise that the population in Kāpiti in the last 2 decades has just gone through the roof. And the roads, more roads being built, roads have widened. But the sustainable transport infrastructure, the infrastructure we need for kids and mums and kids and families to ride on is lagged behind, and in some areas is still not existent. And whilst you look around, you think, what on earth is it about? Because we're seeing cycle lanes, we're seeing shared pathways. But there are examples. I don't know whether I can, am I able to just submit this? Right, just a couple of examples here of what we're up against. Right, and the thought was that I would be most thing we might be able to see something we could refer to point to just a bit of my copy. You see there on the second page, the back of the second page, what I'm talking about. And that's that road there is Ruapehi Street. It's the main arterial road for all of Paraparaumu East. Those power poles, and there's 6 of them, have been on that side of the footpath for the best part of 40 years, from what I can gather. And we have presented to council. We've begged, we've lobbied, we've been to lecture, and it's a prime example of what's happened. The road, in all probability, Ruapehi Street, and I haven't been around long enough, but say 30 years ago, was widened to cope with the development that happened there. There's quite a lot of housing went up, and they simply widened the road. And of course, on the side of the road, there's the footpaths, and the footpaths were, the poor cousins, they were just left wherever space was available, and those power poles were surrounded by concrete in all likelihood poured by councils, contractors. Councils say, well, they're not our power poles. And electors say, well, we didn't pour the concrete round them. And so we're in this catch-22 situation where we're saying, well, really, we own Electra. You know, the people at Kapiti, we're shareholders of Electra. We kind of own the council. But we're not getting, you know, they're not, there's no documentation, there's no rules, guidance that we can point to say, well, look, this just is not acceptable. The priority transportation mode in Kapiti, given the government's press, a concern about emissions and wanting to see reduced emissions and wanting to see more cycleways and walkways. Our job should be easier, but we're not seeing it. We're just hoping that this proposed plan change will reflect the fact that the priority for transportation is sustainable, and when the residential boom that we're going to see under this proposed plan, high density or medium density residential. And I'll point out that that power pole is 150 metres away from Paekākāriki railway station. You know, and we're wanting to develop housing close to these sorts of amenities and transportation hubs. These things that I can show you, they need to be dealt with first prior to the residential buildings going in and the people occupying and the density increasing, you know, instead of what we've experienced over the years. There's another example where we're really pushing for shared pathways, and council have got a footpath replacement program, and you know that's great. Infrastructure that's 40 years old has been ripped up and replaced, but it's not being replaced with shared pathways. It's being replaced with the same design that existed 40 years ago, notwithstanding the phenomenal growth in Kapiti and the advent of mobility scooters. And you know, I don't know whether you can remember what happened in the lockdown and COVID, where there was talk about putting cones out onto the road because their footpaths weren't wide enough. You know, and in front of you are examples of pavements that have been replaced along Kapiti Road, Arawata Road. Kapiti's our busiest Kapiti Road's our busiest in our locality, and Arawata Road isn't far behind it. And we pleaded for them to put in the shared pathways, but they said there was no money. There's no money, but they're ripping the brand new curb and channel. There's brand new vehicle crossings. There's 300 or 400 millimetres of road that's been ripped up as well, and the extra concrete, 900 millimetres of concrete to go in would have been minimal in comparison to the total, you know. And so I don't like to complain, because we get the feeling that we ought to be grateful for what we've got, you know, but we want to see more people using bikes and walking and talking to each other. And I think probably the planners do too here, but we've got a mindset in the people that actually put, you know, things into place where we're the poor cousins. It's cars, cars and cars, you know, more cars, roads, roads and more roads. And we're left over with the crumbs. So I don't know whether you've had a chance to read the brief submission that we put in. So we're wondering, but I know the proposed plan, from my point of view, it's a vast document, and I don't pretend to understand the nuances of planning. But I'm just hoping that somewhere there'll be a haven for us that will give us some teeth, some strength to help us achieve a little bit of sanity and fairness and democracy in Kapiti in terms of sustainable transport ahead of the development that I think the government wants to see in the inner precincts of towns all around the country. And yeah, I'd like your feedback while I'm here on the chances of achieving that.
No, I don't have any question. I don't have any question, but thanks.
No, I was wanting some advice.
Oh,
on is that our require, our vision.
Yeah.
And sustainable transport. I mean, I've gone through the document.
Yes.
And word checked.
Have you been through?
There's pressures.
Have you been? I mean, the annual plan process is probably a more appropriate, because this is a planning through the Resource Management Act, but the annual plan is where council allocate funding to to infrastructure. Have you been? Well, I guess it's coming up, isn't it? So in the annual plan process, but that's probably the place.
Go through that process every year.
Yeah.
And then the long-term plan, but this is the district plan, and
yes,
and I see on the web that NZTA and some planning guru says that there is an order for under the district plan for provision to be made for cycling, walking, sustainable transport.
Yes, I guess it does to the extent that it's enabling more intense development within walkable, cyclable distances of city centres and amenities. It doesn't actually, it's an enabling legislation. So it's up to councils and to local government to put money into these things. So different process.
So the may I read this?
Yeah.
This is this particular worksheet, I think, was from NZTA. What it was there and it's not. Here we are. During strategic planning and larger development processes, ensuring connected and dense pedestrian networks should be the focus. This is talking about district plans.
That's correct.
Well, I haven't found the focus in the document that I've read, is what I'm saying.
Well, the whole focus of the plan changes on intensification and within walkable distance of centres.
But you can't walk if you haven't got the facilities to walk on.
And that's where the council, with its other hat on, has to come in and actually fund those things.
I understand that, but if there's some guidance under the district plan, we'll be able to ask them to do it more successfully than we have in the past.
Well, I guess
that's actually not the function of the district plan.
Right.
The function of the district plan is to control land uses within private boundaries. About that, and the consequential transportation impacts that intensification has essentially has to, from new infrastructure, has to come from another planning process, which is the council's asset control function, which is not this process.
Right.
So if someone does an intensification of their lot, the council can't, in the planning process, say the strip of road outside your house needs to now have a wider or a cycleway. That has to be an integrated transportation solution the council does in response to the changes in land use.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I can see how that would work in practice. And the money doesn't come from a golden pot somewhere. It has to be generated.
Well, it also has to be planned in a different way. So we're planning for what people can do on their land in terms of height and infrastructure and height and design and all those sorts of things. and use. And what you're talking about is the infrastructure to put in place to respond to the additional demand generated by that.
Yes, I am. I did see somewhere in the plan though, a pretty picture of a whole lot of bicycles in a bicycle shed on private land. So they were so in the district plan they were giving examples of how the developers could provide for people to encourage them to ride, for example. And that's
and indeed they the whole point is that because you don't have to have like things like provision of car parking, you're going to incentivize those other forms of modalities anyway, because you may not provide for it. So people can't own a car.
So what you mentioned what transport and access plan councils. Did you mention the other planning document?
Yes, so the council and it's an administrative and land infrastructure owning capacity programs work according to long-term plans and annual plans. And those are the documents that govern expenditure on infrastructure to accommodate the needs of the community. And those priorities are identified through a separate process. And what you're expressing is disappointment that when they reinstated the pedestrian way along Kapiti Road, they didn't actually make provision for cycling. Well, we're not in a decision-making process which would compel them to do that.
No. So the forum for us to keep Kristen is what we've been doing.
Well, yes, except if you supported this plan change, then the consequence will be more people using the sort of modalities that you support, which will logically increase the cost-benefit ratio for that type of infrastructure. At the moment, the number of people riding from Paraparaumu beach to Paraparaumu township might be quite small, and you would say that's because of lack of infrastructure provision. It actually would probably be a multifactorial cause, including societal change, number of people owning cars, and all those sorts of things. But if it intensified at the beach and intensified in the town, you suddenly have this much larger cohort of people who want to bike along it. And then they have an impact on the annual planning process. So they're sort of dynamic processes and they feed into each other.
Yes.
But I would have thought that the intensification intent of the plan change tended to support or give heft to what you're after.
Yes, it does. More people.
Yeah.
Less parking. And we are seeing a gradual shift. Like I'm seeing a number of bicycles outside Paekākāriki, the panniers on electric bikes. Electric bikes, but there is a wind shift and seeing a lot more mobility scooters. But for this, I can appreciate for a footpath, not even a year old, to go on the same width as it was 40 years ago. It's just heartbreaking.
I'm interested because the one of the speakers that was speaking earlier was about open spaces, and you were talking about this. It's the sense of communality that actually if people get out on the street and can use the streets in a way that they can engage with each other, it increases the social capital, which I would agree with. I think that's absolutely true. But then there was other societal influences that are powerful forces in the counteracting, like video games, we've got young men spending hours playing video games. But there are massive forces in play, aren't there, that sort of impact the social milieu. And one can only hope that sort of communality is sustained in a way in the face of those forces.
Wow.
One of the issues you raised here is a very interesting one, and that is the secure, fully enclosed bike parking facility. It's almost like saying, well, you have cars, you need to have somewhere to park cars. And you might have thought that bikes, you can just put them anywhere, just put them on a fence or something like that. And I take the point you make here about some of these bikes now being even more expensive than
second-hand cars, yes.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. So
yeah. So secure, I mean, I don't have an electric bike yet. I've been holding off, but yeah, it's not uncommon for the bikes or the batteries to go missing the day after the bike's been bought.
Yeah.
And the thieves are outside the bike shop watching them, and they follow the car to the address. And
we had a presentation to this morning about from the Retirement Village Association, and that is it your experience for the last 15 years that as people age, if they continue biking, it actually sustains their health and their mobility and their ability to do independent activity?
Absolutely, without a question here, without doubt.
Yeah,
I'm 75. I'm climbing trees and I live on a lifestyle block, and it's if you don't use it, you lose it. It's as simple as that. It doesn't need to be a bicycle, but you've got to.
Yeah,
you've got to keep moving. And because the motor car was so seductive. You know, even I enjoy getting behind the wheel and trying to. This is so easy. You know, I probably got to walk home today. This howling southerly, boy, is it? You know, car you don't notice it, do you?
so you're going to walk home?
I've got the bicycle here, but it's blowing a gale out there. I mean, I was being shunted off to the centre of the road. Yeah, in parts. I've got penny bags on. I've got my size. So yeah, no, there is the and for funding, we've even thought about going to health, because you know the statistics are, you know, if you're active, you're not such a load on the health system. You're probably more of a drain on the pension because you live longer, but not the health budget. So you know, I just fully recommend it. But we're digressing. I mean, that's it.
Oh, we are. All right. Well, thank you, John. That's been very helpful.
Well, thank you for listening and giving me guidance.
And you're an obvious example of the benefits of physical activity.
Yeah. Right.
And travel safely home.
Yeah.
You don't get blown over.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. No. So we've got John Tocker at 2:50.
The one before that.
Ngāti Haumia.
You supported this next one. There's a rezoning of rural industry. $58 rural and
So we've got a bit of time, haven't we?
I think you supported it. And the adjacent 176.
your next.
Welcome. Thank you. So you've introduced yourself and we've introduced ourselves. Yeah. So we're the panel and we're here to hear your submission.
Well, kia ora, thank you for the opportunity to present. Rather than go through my whole submission verbatim, if it's okay with you, will skip over the boilerplate. You obviously, Jane knows who I am and my background as an architect and urban designer, and I'll just cut straight to the chase.
Yeah.
And get on with the meat and bones of it, if that suits you.
Absolutely fine.
Right, just to note that I'm making a further submission in opposition to the Kāinga Ora submission 122 S122, in particular to the proposal for the 18-metre height limit sought for the Waikanae Beach, Old Beach area. I am a resident there, so I do have a conflict. So I have not sought to be seen as an expert witness, though I do believe I have some expertise in the area.
That's fine.
To go on, there are a number of other submissions from Kāinga Ora in there. There are submissions that go on, and I don't propose to go through that list that I've listed in my submission, but they are linked and integral to the original Kāinga Ora submission. And I have listed the ones that I have objected to and gotten and done a little précis of the headings under which they come and what they seek. I should also note that I, in general, support the recommendations of the Council Officer's Planning Evidence, which seeks to decline those items as submitted by Kāinga Ora. And to go on to the reasons why I think these are a bad idea, I've got a number of points, and the first one of those is that the proposal, in my view, exceeds what was envisaged as the intensification under the MDRS. And in seeking increased density beyond that contemplated by the MDRS, I would have thought that Kāinga Ora would need to show additional justification for that, which I do not think is supported. And there are three areas within the space they are seeking the 18-metre height limit, and that's the local area zone in Ono Street, and the area precinct 2 and the area precinct 3, which roughly encompasses the whole of the Old Beach area, which I'm sure other people have talked to you about, and you're familiar with the space. And to take those one at a time, Kāinga Ora states in their submission that they, quote, opposes any policy approach which would require development proposals to comply with such design guidelines in the district plan, and envisages a whole lot of amendments, which I have repeated there, which change the rule to achieve this, the principles of the centre's design principles in Appendix 20 will be applied to say that urban form design centres, the subdivision and use of development in centres must be undertaken in a manner that achieves efficient integration with necessary infrastructure. And I don't propose to read all that, but I'm saying that those should be unchanged and kept as proposed, because the existing KCDC district scheme includes in its centre design principles, in my view, appropriate means of controlling those areas zoned. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about Appendix 20, which has in it a requirement under design principles for ground floor business activities and residential activities that would be above or behind those business activities, and urban forms that are integrated with the infrastructure. So I think that these things are well covered. Goes on to talk about development that is integrated with the surrounding public environment, public spaces, reserves, integrated with public transport networks. So I think that the changes that Kāinga Ora seek for local centres are actually well covered already by the existing design principles for centres design. And I note that the current local centre at Ono Street comprises only 3 businesses. There's the dairy and the bakery and the fish and chip shop. And to remove all the controls envisaged under Appendix 20 and allow a full 18-metre height limit could allow a poor quality of high density tall development in what's currently a high quality suburban environment, and would change it to a high scale urban environment, complete with overlook, lack of privacy, shading, and a general decrease in the quality of quiet enjoyment with the surrounding homes. And when we look beyond the local centre area into Precinct 2, there's already for a provision under PC2 for intensification in this area in line with the MDRS. And to allow 5 stories would, in my view, be against the requirements of the medium density the MDRS, the design guide, and in particular with their principles of fitting within a wider natural, cultural and urban landscape, and developing housing that accesses solution that provides for the needs of residents and contributes to healthy, safe homes and communities, and encourages sustainable design. So those key principles that are enshrined in the design guide to the National Medium Density System would be at risk, in my view, should this go ahead. And to take Precinct 3, the same arguments that apply to Precinct 2 apply to Precinct 3, except that Precinct 3 is the beach residential, so it's an even greater impact in the beach residential, which is a special character area. My second reason is that, in my view, the existing identified hazards indicate the old beach area is unsuitable for intensification. And with respect to hazards, the operative scheme is not changed by this proposal from Kāinga Ora, therefore, and they must still apply. And therefore, if you look at the hazard maps, they can be used as a guide. Now, in my understanding of the legislation, and I can't pretend to be an expert, but on this part, but there's a thing called a qualifying matter that applies to intensification. And when I read the bit of the Act, it's a matter required in order to give effect to a national policy statement or the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, it's, and I quote, in areas potentially affected by coastal hazards over the next 100 years, avoid redevelopment or change in land use that would increase the risk of adverse effects from coastal hazards. And on page 8 of my submission, you will see that I have mapped the flood hazards, and I see that actually approximately 70% of the area is in a flood or ponding area. And so it would seem to me that that would be against that requirement. And why would increased intensification be a good idea in that flood zone? And if you go further and look at the risk of tsunami and the existing need to build to minimum floor levels in the area, and the likelihood of managed retreat in the future, then I see that that's a further argument against intensification in the area. And I note that the inundation zone goes all the way up to the expressway. And that is shown on page 9 of my submission. Thirdly, I think that intensification is best suited in locations close to and supported by local amenities. And the lack of amenities in the beach area make it a poor choice as an area for intensification. Typically, as urban designers, we use a 5 and 10 metre walking circle, 400 metres, 800 metres. And I've provided on page 11 of my submission, a 400 metre and an 800 metre circle centred on the Ono Street shops. And when I look at what we have in that area, we've got three cafe restaurants, a bakery, a dairy, a superette, a medical centre, a chemist, a preschool, a community centre that is below NBS standards, and an intermittent bus service. So those are few of the amenities that I would consider should be closely associated with intensification. And on page 12 of my submission, I compare the Waitanai beach area amenities to those of the Waitanai town centre, the Otaki town centre, and Paraparaumu town centre, which have many more of those. And in particular, they have primary schools and secondary schools and shopping centres and supermarkets and transport hubs and social services and libraries and swimming pools and cultural facilities and marae and gas stations and all those good things that support intensification. And therefore, I think they are far more suitable than the old beach as a place for intensification. My next reason centres on KCDC policy and urban design documentation, which I think mitigate against intensification in the old beach area. And if you look in KCDC district plan under growth management, it says that existing urban areas and identified growth areas will be undertaken in a manner which, in particular, cherry picking a bit, enables medium density housing close to centres, public open spaces and public transport nodes, retaining a predominantly low residential density in residential zones, and avoiding any significant adverse effects of subdivision and development in special character areas. And to me, that includes beach residential area. It goes on further to say that new urban development should avoid urban expansion that would compromise the distinctiveness of existing settlements and unique character values. And I think that the Waikanae Beach area does have distinct existing settlement patterns that should be maintained, and in particular the old beach area has been well identified over a number of years as one of those. So I think we're contradictory to KCDC stated policy to increase the intensification. It would also deny the principle of having medium density housing close to centres. It would deny the principle of having medium density close to transport nodes, and it would deny the principle of avoiding adverse effects in special character areas. The another example is that the KCDC subdivision guide includes a core design principle, and I quote, to intensify residential density in close proximity to town centres and public transport corridors. And I think that the proposed area is neither of those. It's 4K from Wellington, from Waikanae Town Centre. We also have the Waikanae Beach Character Study done by Urban Perspectives in 2017, which in its summary states that the permitted activity rule should reduce the site coverage and amend the 8-metre permitted building height in the old area, and also limit the number of stories to 2. So I don't see how you can reconcile that with a proposal for 5 stories. It goes on to say that we should be considering introducing design provisions for the old beach area, and the main focus of any design provisions should be on the integration of new development into the existing setting and enhancing its character. And there are various means of frontage setbacks relative to neighbouring buildings and building bulk and form and scale suggested there. So the document overall recommends a decrease in density rather than intensification. I have another thought that based on a report from Rebecca Lloyd Consulting in 2016, there are doubts about the infrastructure ability to cope with intensification on this scale. And just thinking that through, if you go, even if you allow the old beach area as averaging 2 stories, and you go to 5 stories, the logical conclusion is that you need 2.5 times the capacity in your 3 waters to cope with the increase in the eventual increase in intensification. And while I'm not a streetworks or civil engineer, I would very much doubt that the existing system has the capacity to cope. And Rebecca said that the Waikanae Beach area does not have the infrastructure to cope with high levels of development, and that was in 2016. And having been resident there for a long time, since the 90s, I haven't noticed until this very year any work being done at all. There's just the first bit of upgrading that's ever been done is starting running from the Waimiha stream back through the Old Beach area now. Another reason that I'm opposed to intensification in the Old Beach area is the factors of scale. And Kāinga Ora suggests 18 metres and 5 stories. I have worked over many years with developers, and an 18-metre height limit, in my opinion, would lead most developers to hunger after 6 stories at a 3-metre floor-to-floor height, because they would see an option of doing that. And so 6 stories is just getting up there in scale. And in my submission, I've given a couple of examples of places that I know well because I designed them, where it shows that within a 3-story limit as envisaged by the MDRS, that you can manage to produce individuality and identity to individual homes within the scale. But people have a fallacy that as you intensify, you can maintain the same building typology, and it just isn't possible because regulations such as the requirement for lifts and common egress, they put pressures on the design outcome in terms of building form and scale that change you from the individual building and household identification to a block of apartments. And as an example, on page 18 of my submission, you will see one that's recently been done by Kāinga Ora in Epsom in Auckland. And if you think of that in Waikanae Beach, it would be even more out of scale with the surroundings than it is in Epsom, where there are at least some consolidated larger buildings. So it creates, to build apartment blocks, such as would be the logical outcome of any 18-metre height limit, you would create a significant increase in vehicle movements. You've got problems of overlook to neighbouring properties and a consequent lack of privacy. You've got shading issues. You've got increased wind effects created by larger buildings, and an overall reduction both in the quality of the environment and the neighbours' right to quiet enjoyment of their homes, i.e. the opposite of a character area. Lastly, it's my view that the intensification is not supported by the growth predictions for the area. The Kapiti Coast has a housing and business capacity assessment that was completed last year. And I've quoted some numbers there, but the key thing that seems to me is that there's only a prediction over the next 30 years of a demand for another 288 people to come and live in Waikanae Beach. Now, if you do the sums on that and you take the 2.3 persons per household that's contained in the same document, that means 125 homes over 30 years, or 4.17 homes per year. So that doesn't seem to be a predictor of intensification to me. So, in summary, I think that agreeing to the Kāinga Ora proposals contained in S122112 and their Appendix 4 would lead to unsatisfactory outcomes for Waikanae Beach, including high density residential buildings that would be out of scale with the low density nature of the area, building in a flood-prone area, increased impacts on future requirements for managed retreat resulting from climate change, a high density residential area with few amenities that are those needed to sustain a viable community, a development that would be contraindicated by existing and current KCDC policies, intensification in an area where it's not justified by growth predictions, and the actual destruction of the character of the old beach area, and by osmosis, the area surrounding it as well. So we'd have a significant decrease in quality of life in Waikanae Beach, which I don't think is justified. So therefore I seek that the whole of Kāinga submission be declined. So thank you very much for hearing me, and I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Well, your summary is like really strikes at the heart of the key issues that we've been hearing a lot about, particularly around Waikanae Beach. So it resonates with your with many of your neighbours as well.
I can't say I'm surprised about that.
Yes, no. I don't really have any questions, but except those figures you're quoting about the population predictions, I couldn't see them in your.
They're not in there, but they are in the document. They're in the,
in the council's
in the growth strategy.
Oh, okay.
I have them here.
That was on.
I don't think I printed out the growth strategy.
It's okay. I'll find it.
But they are in the appendices
Of the growth strategy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, off and on since 1995.
So in that time you've seen the character develop, or had it been developed before you got there?
When we got there, we had a little old fibre light batch in Rangihiroa Street, and we had council depot out the back. Now, it's now the men's shed, and since that time we have lived in 1, 2, 3, 4 different properties around the area, and we have now just recently bowled our old batch and rebuilt. And so we have seen the area develop, and we have supported the area. One of the things we did early on was we established the front room and leased it to Craig and Hillary, who have just recently sold it, and it's now Kirsty. So I think we've been supporters of the community as it has developed, and we have seen a lot of replacement houses over time, and they have generally been bigger, but they have maintained the identity of individual homes so that the character of the area has not been significantly depleted over time, in my view.
And for someone who's never been there, don't know what it looked like, how would you describe the character?
It's a beach batch community, and it is a lovely community to live in because it's friendly, it's it has people who, smile and wave and chat to you in the street. And from an urban design perspective, it's low traffic, very walkable, good access to open space. It is car dependent in terms of access to significant amenities such as supermarket, rail, all those things that occur up at my town. And it has a good level of vegetation and landscaping in and around the private gardens.
So is it significantly different from any other local community?
I think it has it has probably commonality with Te Horo Beach. So it's sort of like Te Horo Beach stepped up a notch. And it's quite similar to Paekākāriki. And it has to me, it has a different feel from Palparanu, and down at the beach, Palparanu has been, it's more suburban, whereas the Waikanai beach, particularly the old beach, has a character of older, smaller homes by comparison, with more space between them.
Okay, thanks for that, because I need to get more of the feel for what it is you're trying to hold on to.
Yeah.
So yearly.
Yeah, but I think what we're trying to hold on to is, if I put it the other way around, what we're trying to avoid is suburban beach community becoming high density urban community in a place that is inappropriate for a higher density urban community.
Yeah, I got that message.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Commissioner, I wonder if I could add a point of clarification. I know that it's maybe the news. Karl brought up previously that I no longer see conditional intensification at right.
So I didn't need to go.
Could have been streamed before this.
Well, that's good news. Thank you very much.
That's strike two.
Okay.
Three strikes and you're out.
Wondering if that could have been, there was a mechanism for that to be communicated before I did all the work on my submission. You spent so much time with your time too.
It hasn't gone to waste.
No. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Okay. All right. So, now we're going to welcome Ngāti Haumia ki Paekākāriki, and we've got a little meeting from our Commissioner Kirikiri. Welcome you.
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koe me ngā piringa katoa te runga i a koe. Ia kenei tō kōrero o Ngāti tō tērā, o ngā hapu o taki wera, ko te atiawa tērā. Reira, nere te me whakaro, te koe te haere a tātou i a koutura. Engari te runga ake, ke te haramai ngātahi koutou, me te take, te mohare me e koe. Me te mihi atia kia koe, tō iwi, tō hapu, tō whānau, e kaha nei te piki haere i wā koutou mahi katoa o roto o Paekākāriki. Tai hoa ke ka ito mai ngā kōrero me ngā tākai atu ki apo. Engari tēnei wā me mihinga ki apo I Kāpiti. Unino kia rātau ko te atu te pō. Ki mai kia tātou hui nei tangi nei me te kaupapa ke nui a tātou. Tēnā koe, tēnā hoki tō whānau whānui. Koutou katoa o whakapako heki no mai no tua whakarere. Puri no, tēnā koe, tēnā tātou katoa.
All right, welcome. All right, well, thank you and welcome. And it was nice to have that exchange and meeting. So it's work has been done. It's over to you to explain anything further you want to explain to us. My name is John Marston. I'm one of the commissioners, Jane Black and Royal Kirikiri. And our job is to listen to submissions and give a report to the council. So welcome.
As a mate, see, this is my first run at this. You will have some a bit sketchy, bit nervous, but I'm here.
Oh, great.
Obviously you got my original submission paper, which I won't go through. It's not long anyway, but I won't go through that very much. No, I would like to see probably just briefly enhance, I guess, what it was I put in my submission originally. So as not to repeat myself and stuff, but it's just a bit nerve-wracking, and I'm not sure exactly how I'm doing this stuff. I think the main points I made in my submission were, well, obviously infrastructure is a key one. Paekākāriki is, while we can agree that there is a housing shortage around Aotearoa, I think we also need to note that it's also a shortage of land per se, like within private ownership and out of private ownership. It's where that ownership is and how much that land is, or how easy it is to get or build on or whatever. Paekākāriki is unique. I should have noticed that John previous mentioned Paekākāriki and the lining of Waitanai Beach. However, there is some other unique characteristics within Paekākāriki, given the fact that it's only it's less than 1K, 5.5 of a K in size to start. We will have single latest census, but we're a little under 2,000 residents and around 600 homes. I'm not a civil engineer. I've been in the building and construction for many years, but so the numbers and the laws and stuff like that are a wee bit bewildering for me. But what I do know is history of Paekākāriki and the proposed intensification of number of, want of a better word, apartment blocks perhaps, 6 stories, 80 meters, and within our little, our little township, is excessive to say the least. Now we're old school, not that we oppose change, but you know, it's like, yeah, old school sort of, you know, 4-acre block, you know. So most of the houses, I've lived there all my life. I was born in the house I live in, which was my grandmother's. So I'm fortunate with my father and my husband and stuff like that. So I've grown up there with my grandmother, my mum and my auntie, and that passed away. And over the years, so some of the characteristics, I've grown up with trees that have grown up, and that's established, and they're in people's properties. And so the intensification issue impacts on that. The fact that we see these structures as opposed to the original characteristics that have grown over the years, if you like. Because of the size of our infrastructure, basically what happened, I've seen a thing there, like claim water, for instance, maybe having a stake in there, or having a stake in there with a block. To me, that's relocating a problem from somewhere else to somewhere else. And in my view, and a lot of people do in Paekākāriki, our infrastructure simply won't be able to handle any intensification of that form. Unlike Waitanai Beach and other areas in that, we have our own water system. We're not on mains, which the bulk of KCDC or Kapiti is. We're also on septic tanks, which the rest of Kapiti district isn't. Well, 90% of it, should I say, around that figure. So to build a whare on a section, there's your footprint. That's for a single establishment. You want to go up another 10 or 15 or 18 meters, that footprint and stabilization of that building is going to go like that. Given the area we've got to work in, I fail to understand how a septic system would cope for that amount of structure or for that building and the amount of occupants within that building. We've had a fair share of floods as well, due to stormwater issues and other issues in that. 2010, 2003 and 2010, we had some major ones in that, which pretty much blocked Paekākāriki and the Horse Players, not on that large scale. However, that issue is still and lies in the Paekākāriki Basin or region. Yeah, so the only place really around for intensification would be around the railway precinct, which I'm aware is where the intensification would be. But then we still got that footprint problem and our high water level mark and the sea retreat issue that we're currently having now. Paekākāriki surf club's just been demolished and that, not through storm or anything, and done for the better of the surf club actually because of erosion net. So that's actually coming in about another 80 meters from the surging situation site. Above that was my grandmother's original home, the second home, which is above that. That's about close to 100 meters, and that has to be relocated. And so what I'm saying is that from the shoreline coming into the township is decreasing. So intensification in there is then going to be problematic in terms of the water and sewage system part of the water market. Another thing that's deep to my heart is that my people have been in the Wainui school. It was actually originally a Wainui block. And my people were, my tribe was in there, we've been there for over 200 years. When I was a kid, there was aunties, uncles, cousins, things like that. When I was a young fella going to primary school, everybody at school was cousin. And not just cousin, blood cousin. You know, on the bulk of it. After being married, having a family and that, we've gone from, in my married life, coming up 43 years, we've gone from about 100 odd Haumia tribal members. Now there's my wife, my daughter, my grandson, and me. Now, why I bring that up is that because if there's any, so the whole reason of this thing here, in my view, is from the national policy statement that the government put on local government, right? For the intensification of housing, because there's a shortage of housing and stuff like that. Yes, there is. However, that shortage, we don't have that shortage in Paekākāriki per se. Where the housing shortage of Paekākāriki is my Tāmata Whenua, because they've been ostracized, they've been alienated from their lands for 100 years. So if there was to be further housing for the needy to be built in Paekākāriki, I would suggest that there would be affordability and offered to mana whenua who lost those lands previously. Now, I understand that that's not a commission sharing commission thing or a KCDC thing. However, it doesn't lie, or it doesn't still in my heart the difference between need or want. And the problem, and it's something that we've got in place, is people who can do it, can afford it. I know a few families that are new to Paekākāriki who own multiple properties. Now, I'm talking for one person owning 5 properties. Now, I don't want to use the word greed, but it's got to be there somewhere, because it's what it's telling me is that people with the money, people with the capability, can just do like that, do that. But the people who actually need it aren't getting it. And that, to me, is the whole criteria of the NPS, or the National Policy Statement, is for the needy, not for the people who can buy and build and then sell or rent, but for the people who desperately need it. And in my view, that is mana whenua. That is some of my people. Like I said, listen, 40 years ago, they were like 50, 60, nothing Haumia, direct descendants of Miriona Ukimuta living in Paekākāriki. But because rents go up, capital prices have gone up, they've been ostracized again. And as I said, I'm fortunate because I've been able to retain Miriona Ukimuta for my family. So so this intensification of housing, if it's for the needy, I'm not so bad on that. But for people who can afford to build these structures and sell them or rent them out for profit, then that to me is quite the opposite of what the National Policy Statement is all about. Sorry if it sounds personal, but you know, this is the history and this is the depth of my kōrero being the commission, because to me, it's just making someone richer. It's not actually helping the people who are on the ground roots and need it. So I don't know if that's actually got any bearing on this thing, but I had to call that out because I don't know. You hear numbers, you hear statistics, and all this and but at ground level, you don't hear anything. And to me, that's ground level. That's true. That's true. That's how it is. The people who need it, by all means. People who want it or can afford it, not so much. I'm sorry, I've just got a bit emotional. It's something that's deep in my heart, and I just have to say that. But and truthful, you know, like there's a couple of things I'd just like to say. One thing, yeah. So basically, building for the right people, the right place at the right price, which is in my thing. Getting real about what's actually needed and what the community wants. The beauty and characteristics of our little village would be, you know, thrown to the wind basically with these outrageous structures that would possibly be built. And why should we lose those characteristics of Paekākāriki that are generations old? We're also currently talking with Wellington Regional Council, DOC, even KCDC, about the possibility of Paekākāriki, Haumia Tuawhare, and a marae. There was a marae back in the day, which is obviously we haven't been able to retain for various reasons. That's an ongoing corridor that started not so long ago, actually. And there was some work getting done on that. So to get back to that again, is the infrastructure that we have currently wouldn't be sustainable for these 18-story structures and something like that. But on the open space area up in the north end of Paekākāriki, where we're discussing this, not so much. But then that's outside the precinct of the intensification issue. So that's not so that's an issue that we've got too. So if there's intensification that you is allowed, we have these structures in there, what then impact does that have on the possibility of Haumia Tuawhare, Paekākāriki, marae? To get some of Ngāti Haumia Tutu back on their whenua, for going with their rangatira and their mana. Excuse me. Yes, sorry. I'll just finish a bit, just briefly go over some of this. Like we've spoken, the council should be, we work alongside other agencies to bring connection between people in place and the whenua. Look for taken to the effects of intensification Paekākāriki will have on our marae Paekākāriki. I've already said that. Enabling intensification should again be done with the goal of providing housing at an affordable price through a mechanism such as Paekākāriki Trust, Community Land Trust, which makes housing attainable and affordable. And partnership between tangata and taeao. That is the essence of what taha Māori is. People in the whenua. That's why it's called tangata whenua, people of the land. I couldn't imagine any of my people who wanted to come home, even if they could afford it, to live in a high rise. It's just against the structure of taha Māori. They don't want to be there, they want to be on the whenua, they want to be looking after the taeao, after the environment. They want their garden, they want their yeah, so just wind up basically, we must find ways to house people, but we also must ensure the right provisions to keep a connection to and relationship with the land. Thank you. Like I said, I'm not a public speaker. So that's what I have to offer the commission today, and yeah, hope it all works out.
Thank you.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Just I do recall that Paekākāriki had wastewater restrictions or limitations. Did they come through in the MBRS, how you approached it, or?
The rules around on the slide.
Right. Right.
And they will continue to apply.
Yeah. So there's quite strict controls about what you need to achieve for discharges, and so those are the things that's going to drive or constrain development of Paekākāriki in most places, except potentially in the town centre. But it is a distinctive community in its own right. I agree. I recognise that, and it's sad to hear that you started at school with so many people, and now there is that level of disassociation that must be difficult.
I hope there might be some benefits from not allowing this part of this much infrastructure or this much intensification. Hopefully not. But yeah, I mean, like within the rail of the precinct, from the State Highway 1 to Parade is 100 meters from the State Highway 1 or State Highway 59 now to the beach, and that continues that, and that is precinct within the 400-meter boundaries of the intensification process, which is it's only about 100 meters from the railway line to the beach. So I don't know how that would work with the.
I want to talk numbers, with your numbers. You use the word ostracize. Now I'm assuming that includes those who left. Most of them would have left. I can't at some point. There's only 4 of you left now, so they've all gone.
Some of them are in our Udu Park, which is in and
I was going to say either 6 feet under or 100 miles away somewhere else. And one of your concerns is around being able to get a lot of your whānau back. You've given a couple of reasons there to why perhaps they even want to come back. But when I read your submission, I was looking for other things in there that might tempt your whānau back. One of them was a marae thing, which then, as soon as I thought that, I saw you've written that in your original submission. And there'd be a number of other things like that. I mean, Papakaingai housing is another one of the options that could be used to, strengthen the case for whānau to return home, because it's happening everywhere else as well. And that's got to be one of the good things about this time change, that it's enabling a Papakaingai development. But what other things do you think the council or others could do to sort of assist with enticing or thinking or helping your people to come back to Paekākāriki?
Land, in one word, because where this urban area finishes at the top of Wellington Road and then also in the Paekākāriki is the beginning of Community Park. 800 something acres of TPS, which goes up to the north to Poplar Ave, it's to the Drummond to south. So at the northern end of Paekākāriki, the south, the whare said with my tupuna, my grandmother Miriona, which has to be relocated, or we're talking about perhaps saving that. that has actually been offered back to our family, but we're not allowed to live in it. The reason for that is, well, three basic reasons. One is the possibility of the erosion, which is arguable. The second one is the sewage system is ineffective. And the third one is I can't move into, I can't live in Nana's house. The first two were eliminated. The third one was I can't live in that house unless I'm an employee of the Dock or Wellington Regional Council, because it's on government land.
Council land?
It's dock land, but the kaitiaki of the bulk of it is Wellington Regional Council, and KCDC kaitiaki of about 5 acres of it. But the land where the surf club is being relocated to, and where my nana's house is at the moment, where the motor camp is, and where the 7 acres that KCDC currently manage, was all New land up into the 50s. But now I can't even live in my grandmother's house. And the only reason that came up was because since the 50s, it's been the house has been taken over by they've had rangers, basically caretakers living in there over the years since the 50s, right up until 14, 15 months ago, when Regional Council decided that they were going to build a new house for their ranger up around the $1 million mark, and just in the gates, by the gates of the entrance way to Paekākāriki Reserve Park. They thought better of that, and just redone another house they got on the park up and around up the south. So I said, well, can we relocate the house from there to where you're going to build the ranger's house? And that's where it comes in about, no one can live on the land unless they're an employee of the KTB after Wellington Regional Council or not. So what I'm saying is that from the very beginning of Queen Elizabeth Park, at the northern end of the urban part of Paekākāriki, going north to our Uru Park, that's the only part of the park that's not owned by Crown, is our farmer cemetery. So from the northern boundary of the urban area of Paekākāriki, across to our Wainui, from Moana Raukawa to State Highway 59, it is now railway lines. That particular block there, over 16 acres, was Midiona 50 meters, my grandmother's land. What I'm saying is, why can't we leave that house where it is and have some land here to build our Paekākāriki and our marae and our mara and whatever back onto regional land, which was never sold. But now I digress. But the thing is, that's the implication we're facing now in terms of having Paekākāriki, Paekākāriki Mātua and a marae.
You probably just answered the one other question I had, which is around just exploring the kind of options you might have before you, and we'll just put the marae one to one side because there are ongoing discussions from what you're saying. But I did wonder whether you'd cast your mind around the Paekākāriki options that are on the table at the moment, that you obviously have, and it seems to be, because you've got a classic piece of land there, Milsom's land, it's fine land, that's where you can, I was going to use the word dump, that's not the right word, but you can put up a Paekākāriki development of whatever kind you want to.
That Paekākāriki is actually my priority. Marae is an aspiration further down, because a marae to me is a living thing. You haven't got your people on there to support your marae. You don't have a marae. So you need your Paekākāriki, you need your foundation before you get to that. Yeah. And
Well, thank you very much. That's all right.
Thank
you.
All right, well, that's another day. And tomorrow we meet at Hauptiki. And is there any protocols that we should follow for tomorrow?
I haven't seen it.
All right, well, that's going to make my life a bit easier.
Now,